The 87th Masters, live from Augusta on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds.
Good evening, welcome to Augusta for the 87th Masters. This is Mark Chapman at Amen Corner, so with a perfect view of the 11th green and the par 3 12th. It is an overcast afternoon now here, but it is sweltering. It is really muggy in Augusta, Georgia, and there is sweat pouring off us all, and the weather's going to play a huge part this weekend, because whilst today earlier was sunny and warm, the forecast as we go through the course of the weekend is not good. So players are wanting to take advantage of the conditions today. Our correspondent Ian Carter is in position to tell us who so far is taking advantage of the conditions.
In the European Ryder Cup star in Victor Hovland, who is leading the way, 7 under par through 16 holes, so playing the penultimate hole of a sparkling opening round so far. No drop shots and some really very, very good golf. The tone set with that eagle 3 at the second hole much earlier today. Xander Schauffele, the Olympic champion, is playing alongside him, and he's at 5 under par, as is former champion Adam Scott, who is playing the 17th. Jon Rahm overcame an awful start with 4 putts at the first for a double bogey. He's just birdied the 15th. He's in the group at 5 under par. The clubhouse leader Shane Lowry at 4 under after a superb 68, but Brooks Koepka's in that group at 4 under par as well. As for Rory McIlroy, 1 birdie, 1 bogey so far as he makes his 15th attempt on a green jacket. He's playing the 5th at level par. Defending champion Scotty Scheffler eagled the 2nd. He's at 2 under par as he plays the 6th. Tiger Woods has got it back to 1 over par with 2 holes to go. And Phil Mickelson has gone to the turn. Remember him? In 2 under par.
Thank you very much, Ian. Hopefully you've been with us for our Masters coverage before. If you haven't, then welcome. Thank you for being with us. Coverage of all 4 rounds across Sports Extra and 5 Live and on BBC Sounds. And this year you can follow it, the text commentary on the BBC Sport website as well, and there will be in-play clips on the BBC Sport website, so you can listen to us, read along and watch along as well, and hopefully that is the perfect mix for you. We have various commentary positions around the course, so this afternoon I'm at Amen Corner with Alistair Bruce Ball and Trish Johnson. Andrew McGee and Ian Carter are across everything that's going on around the course. John Murray is over 15 and 16 and we'll go to him shortly, but first of all we'll go to Catherine Downs, because the leader is on 17, and that's where one of our commentary positions is as well. Afternoon, Kat.
Afternoon from a very hot 17th green, and the leader, I can just make him out in this bright pink and white floral shirt. It's a huge hibiscus flower splashed across the front of his chest. Victor Hovland now making his way to the 18th tee. He had a stress-free par here on 17, almost chipped in for a 3rd birdie of this back 9 for the Norwegian. Just a tap in for par, so he stays 7 clear up the 18th. Tiger Woods, well, his birdie run came to an end here on the 17th. Birdies on the 15th and the 16th, but on the green in 2, couldn't get the birdie putt down, so par for Tiger Woods, but 1 over par, the 5-time champion, in his white shirt that's clinging to his body. It is so hot and sweaty out here, and you can really see the physical effort that Tiger Woods is putting into making it around these 18 holes. On the 18th now, he's just bending down to put his tee peg into the tee. So Tiger Woods, Xander Schauffele and the leader Victor Hovland heading up 18, Mark.
And Kat's descriptive powers have no equal. She describes it as a huge hibiscus flower on Victor Hovland's t-shirt. I think it just looks like he's had an argument with some green and purple paint. I do like it. I think it's a great shirt. You'll be able to see it on the BBC Sport website. John Murray, hot and sweaty?
I thought his shirt was a little bit Jackson Pollock, didn't you?
Well, that's yes, yeah. Well,
yeah,
you know, you're here for those highbrow references. Kat for her descriptive powers. I'm not sure what Ali's here for yet, but we'll have a think.
We'll find out, won't we, in due course. Well, Victor Hovland came through here in good style. Tiger Woods, I saw birdie both the 15th and the 16th. He holed from 25 feet actually, Tiger Woods for his birdie at the 15th. But just now, Jon Rahm's ball has just dropped in from 6-7 feet at the 16th. So Jon Rahm now has birdied the 15th and the 16th, and he is within a shot of the lead. Jon Rahm, the big Spaniard, the world number 3, never missed a cut here. It's been felt, hasn't it, that, you know, there's every chance that one year he will end up with the green jacket. Well, he is within a shot of the lead on this first afternoon.
This tournament has been the build-up to it, like so many golf tournaments at the moment, has the whole Live Tour I was going to say in the background, but very much in the foreground. And if you were listening to us on 5 Live earlier, one of the things that we have noticed is that the golfers associated with Live here at Augusta have been not far off ignored by the patrons. No shouts, no either of encouragement or anything negative. They wouldn't shout negative stuff here, but it's all been very, very understated. And I think we've kind of just seen it again, Alistair Bruce Ball, with Brooks Koepka, who is 4 under, is the best placed of the Live golfers, and who on the par 3 12th has just put his tee shot within 8 feet of the hole to a smattering of applause.
Yeah, and there are big galleries here as well, Mark, and I think in this sort of hour and a half that we've been sitting here so far, in terms of sort of warmest reception walking onto that 12th tee, so the golfers come off the green of the par 3 11th, they make about a sort of 30-40 yard walk to their right, up a steep slope onto these verdant green pastures of the 12th tee, and it was former champion Bernhard Langer that really got the warmest reception of all the golfers. Koepka's playing some scintillating golf though. He's 4 under par, he's about 8 feet away, having hit a sizzling iron shot into the par 3 12th. Trish had been watching him on the range earlier in the week and said he looked really, really good. Won on the Live Tour last week. He's a real contender.
We'll bring Trish in a moment. Koepka on 4 under, Cam Young on 4 under, but with an opportunity to go to 5 under. John.
And Cameron Young, he's there again in the thick of things, having been the runner-up recently at the World Match Play Championship. And Cameron Young, just like Jon Rahm and just like Justin Thomas as well, their playing partner, they have all birdied 15 and 16. He hit it close actually, Cameron Young. It caught the slope, rolled down to within just a couple of feet. So Cameron Young is now 5 under. As I say, Jon Rahm 6 under, and Justin Thomas, who is another who many fancy, the current US PGA champion, he is also now 3 under par for the tournament.
Ian, watching Hovland.
Off the 18th tee, and he's just driven into the first of the bunkers down the left-hand side. So Hovland with a little bit of work to do on this 18th hole. Watching now Xander Schauffele, the Olympic champion, playing in the same group. Tiger Woods has driven and he's come up just short of the bunker. Remember, he's at 1 over par. That's the sound of Schauffele's tee shot, and he has had a good day as well, despite dropping a shot at the 17th. He's at 4 under par, and he finds the right side of the fairway and walks off very stoically alongside Tiger Woods, who looks pained across his face as he trudges off that 18th tee.
Andrew McGee is alongside Ian. I'm going to come back to somebody who we spoke about briefly on 5 Live, Andrew, which is the US amateur champion Sam Bennett, who on the big white leaderboard in front of me birdied the first, eagled the second, then there were 3 pars, and now he's just birdied the par 3 6. So he's 4 under through 6.
Incredible nervy stuff. I mean, to chip in on the second, to get his first Masters started like this, what a dream. What a dream. I was really impressed with his par putt. He made about a 10-foot par putt on, I think, the 5th hole. I mean, remarkable up and down out of the bunker. I just can't imagine at that age. I missed the cut easily. My first attempt in this tournament. Nervy stuff. Here he goes again. Sam Bennett, the nice birdie putt up the hill. As we've seen, and he holds it. My goodness gracious. Great stuff. Texas A&M.
Texas,
where he went to college.
So, what are they?
North of Houston.
Are they Longhorns? What are they?
They are Aggies.
Aggies.
A&M is agricultural and mechanical. Is that name? But a big giant school, almost as big as Texas University in Austin, Texas.
Is that a good golf college? I mean, or is there one US college that has a great reputation above the others, or is there 10 or 12?
Right now, I would love to say my school, Oklahoma, is one of the best. Oklahoma State has been a perennially fantastic school, Georgia, Arizona State, all the schools in the South where the sun shines and it's warm.
I tell you what, though, Andrew, he is a tough kid. I mean, I've just been reading some of his notes. He lost his father in June of 2021 to Alzheimer's, and his dad had lived with Alzheimer's for 7 years. So he'd gone through all of that with his father as a kid, basically. He's only born in 1999, so throughout his teenage years he'd gone through that. And after his dad died, he did suffer anxiety and depression, which he has said. So he is one tough kid.
Well, he's finding himself tied for 5th place, 4 under after 6 holes. That is extremely impressive.
One of the final messages to his son from his dad was, don't wait to do something, and that is tattooed on his left forearm. So we'll keep an eye on him, because what a story he is already proving to be. Victor Hovland, the leader, on 7 under. Jon Rahm, 6 under. He'll be coming down 17. Kat is there.
And he will be coming up behind Adam Scott, who is celebrating the 10th anniversary of his win back in 2013, the first Australian to don the green jacket in the rain on the first playoff hole, beating Angel Carrera back then 10 years ago. And he's got off to a blistering start here, 5 under par on the 17th, 6 foot or so for another birdie on the 17th. And you can tell by the howls of anguish around this 17th green that one just slid by. Adam Scott, we went out and followed him for a couple of holes, didn't we, earlier on, Mark, wearing a strange combination, grey trousers and a dark brown shirt that, from where I'm standing here, is the same colour as his Bahamas tan, because he lives in the Bahamas, doesn't he? And from where I'm standing, you can barely tell where the shirt ends and his arms begin.
Yeah, it's just not a good shirt. He's an incredibly good-looking man. He can carry off something other than brown. His Masters win was my first Masters, and that's where has that decade gone?
2013, one of the greats, as Kat was just saying, Angel Cabrera, one of the greats, Mark Chapman. No, I was actually thinking about the Masters. The playoff in the rain, almost in the dark. And yes, Adam Scott holding a big putt on the 10th green to get the job done there. We've got our eyes here
just
at Amen Corner. Go on, Kat.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was speaking to...
She's gone. We'll get back to Kat.
A tap in for par for Adam Scott. So yeah, he stays on 5 under par, heading to the 18th, just 2 off the lead of Victor Hovland.
Thank you, Kat. Not quite as exciting and thrilling as the playoff winning putt back in 2013. So Brooks Koepka to try and get himself from 8 feet to 5 under par, just 2 shots off Victor Hovland's lead, and he's got it, no bother at all. So Koepka so far, flawless scorecard, birdies at the 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 8th, and now the par 3 12th. I can't match Hibiscus, but I'll tell you, he's a big hulking figure in a lime green shirt. It's a sort of light grey slack and a bright Satsuma coloured trainer. Golf shoe.
Follow that, Ian.
Tiger Woods, real test of his dodgy right leg here, because that right leg and foot is in the bunker. The rest of his body is outside the bunker, and he's whipped the ball off the ground and into the right-hand bunker that guards the 18th green, but he was left hopping in the bunker there, and that really, well, I'm watching a replay now. Andrew McGee's watching with me, and he makes contact, and then it's almost like a shot of electricity goes through Tiger Woods as he goes backwards into the bunker, and he then hops on his left leg, holding his dodgy right leg in midair, and then eventually both feet go to the ground, hooked it round and got it into the bunker down the right side of the green, which is where Victor Hovland's ball is now. He played first from the bunker.
Just trying to hit some kind of low roping hook out of there, but his right foot was about a foot below his left leg, and I've never quite seen that. Is he trying to shake his right leg out, maybe?
I don't know, but I mean, we see him hobble all the time, don't we? And that cannot have been good for Tiger Woods. But it's been a great effort from him today, hasn't it? One over par.
Terrific comeback with birdies on 15 and 16. Shows a little bit of mettle here at the end. Tiger Woods desperately wants to make this cut. 23 straight cuts he's made at Augusta National. He'd love to make the 24th.
Scheffler with his second shot at 4 under par into the 18th, and the flag is located in the front right corner, and that's where Scheffler's ball is, and it's tiptoeing back down the slope towards the hole. and comes to rest within 10 feet of the cup. Lovely approach shot in from Scheffler, as we now look at the 9th, where Jason Day, the Australian, is at 1 under par, hitting in from 156 yards and almost pitching in the hole. The ball skips to the back of the green and now trundles back down the slope towards the hole, and the in-form Australian has given himself a 4-footer for birdie at 9. Some really spectacular golf being played all over the Augusta National today, but it's been there for the taking, Andrew, with these conditions.
Yes, this is the day the players know the weather is coming. They know today is the day to get this golf course. The greens are not, they're that dark green color. You can see the grain, they're slow. The usual, we can all look back and remember Sundays when they're light green and they're dry and they're fast and they're scary. Not scary at all today.
Now, Tiger Woods with the bunker shot from the front right bunker on the 18th. And he's over it now, holding the club face wide open from the back portion of the green. Tricky shot this, third shot on the 18th, big puff of white sand, and then he takes the slope and the ball will curve round. It's gone beyond the flag and it's running and running, and Tiger Woods is going to have around about 18 feet to save his par.
That's really all he had from that right bunker where McIlroy and Morikawa holed last year on Sunday. Remember those great shots? That was really all Tiger Woods had. To put him in double bogey jeopardy, he just knocked it out to 18 feet past.
Now, this has been one of the real weaknesses for Victor Hovland, his bunker play. But he was saying coming into the Masters, and I watched him at the Players' Championship practicing over and over again from the bunkers. He feels like he's got a much more accomplished repertoire of shots from the sand, and we're going to find out now. The leader at 7 under par. He's not dropped a shot today. He's had some wonderful up and downs, most notably at the 10th, where he had a devilishly difficult chip over the bunker, having short-sided himself, and he got it up and down there. He's going to have to hit to the right of the flag and use the contours to get the ball back. It's a slightly easier shot than Woods had.
Yes, it's a bit on the upslope, but you can see his eyes. He's looking right. He's looking to see how much break he may have to play. Of course, hitting it to the right is going to deaden the shot quite a bit. And let's see, big, wide stance. Now he's looking at it again. By no means are these easy shots at Augusta. The sand is fluffy. We really haven't seen one sand shot that's stopped with lots of spin on it today. Victor Hovland to the right, maybe 15 feet right of this flag to use that slope.
He's looking there, he sort of wrinkles the top of his nose as if to say, I'm really confused by this. But now he's ready. He's had a good look. He's aiming way to the right of the flag. And he's over it now, almost squatting as if he were on a shooting stick with this wide stance. And there's the puff of white sand. The ball comes out and it takes a similar path to Tiger Woods one, but it's been more delicately judged than Woods, and it comes down the slope and it's very nicely judged. That's a beautiful shot from Hovland, who's going to have a 7-footer to keep his card clean and get himself into the clubhouse with a 65.
Yeah, fantastic day of golf for Victor Hovland. Maybe he'll be wearing that shirt every single day. I hope not. I'm not a fan.
Not a fan?
I'm not a fan.
Do you not like it, Andrew?
Nah, it's a little too loud for me.
God, I think you could carry that off.
I'll just bring you up to date with Rory McIlroy, because we haven't seen much of him so far, Mark. He birdied the second, dropped a shot at the third. He's now on the 7th, the par 4, and currently remains at level par.
You wouldn't know, would you, who's just come into view here at Amen Corner? But this microphone has been faded up for the last minute, and he's come into view within that last minute, and you wouldn't know, would you? You haven't heard anything?
No,
Phil Mickelson.
No.
Phil Mickelson.
I'm just guessing.
Yeah, Phil Mickelson. Now he has gone in the water here, so he is on the far side of the fairway from the drop area. But there was nothing, Alistair.
No, and he's 2 under par, isn't he? And clearly, he hasn't shown much form on the Live Golf Tour at all. But here at Augusta National, being inspired by the beautiful surroundings and a golf course he's played quite brilliantly down the years. He's hit a wonderful pitch actually into this flag, which cut to the back left of the par 4 11th. That's his 4th, though, having found Ray Floyd's pond with his second shot. So he's probably got about a 6-footer, maybe just under, to save his bogey. That would drop him back to 1 under par. Ian, what do you got?
Tiger Woods over his par putt from 16 feet on the 18th, misses to the left, gave it a real good go, and it has run 3 feet past. So at best, this is going to be a 74 for Tiger Woods as he chomps away on the gum and just looks a little reproachful at what's left. Always very disciplined, Tiger Woods, in terms of his golf, in terms of watching the ball as it goes past the hole to judge the line coming back, and he'll need to have been very, very watchful there. Meanwhile, just across the way at the 9th, Jason Day taps in for his birdie, and that's 2 birdies on the outward half, and he goes to the turn in 34 shots, 2 under par, the Australian. As I say, he's been in great form, top 10 after top 10, having dropped down to the 150s in the world. Xander Schauffele about to putt on 18, then it'll be Victor Hovland as we go to Cat.
Yeah, Jon Rahm, the burly figure, down on his haunches here, looking at a birdie putt, a long birdie putt, admittedly, across the face of the 17th green. And this, if it drops from 35 feet or so, would of course give the Spaniard, the world number 3, a share of the lead, with Victor Hovland, the Norwegian, currently playing up the 18th on 7 under par. Rahm's having another look at this one, down on his haunches once again, wearing these weird kind of ombre-coloured golf shoes, white on the front, fading to a dark green on the back with the word Vamos written along the sole. Grey trousers, dark blue shirt that's shadowed with sweat. Is that hot here in Augusta today? And he's standing over this now, just widens his stance. The golf glove hanging limply in the heat out of his back pocket. Big swing of the club here, coming up the hill and across the face of the green. Has it got the legs to get there? It just tiptoes up to the hole, misses by a couple of inches to the right-hand side. It'll be a tap-in birdie for Jon Rahm. He'll stay on 6 under, a shot off the lead of Victor Hovland. And with the 18th still to play, there's been plenty of birdies there though so far today, so Rahm still with a chance to equal Hovland on 7 under par with 1 hole left to play, chappers.
Thank you very much, Kat. Trish Johnson alongside us, LPGA Tour winner. We're just watching Phil Mickelson in front. And I mean, I know I do feel like I'm already banging on about this, and it'll be interesting to see when he comes onto the tee how they react. But how very understated it is does surprise me. I'll bring that in a moment. We'll just go to Ian, who's doing Victor Hovland.
Yes, on the 18th. So a little tester here, Andrew.
Yes, basically on similar line that Tiger Woods had. He kept a keen eye on that. You can just make out Tiger Woods' marker about 4 feet past, which he'd love to have a bogey and not leave with a double bogey. But Victor Hovland over this putt to keep his scorecard clean, just like you said, Ian.
Yep.
A big putt. This is a big putt. You do not want to lose a putt on 18 and go home and have dinner and think about that one that got away on 18. You've had such a perfect day. His putter behind with the big white line and the matching up with the black line on its way into the center of the cup.
Beautifully done by Victor Hovland. He gets up and down from the bunker, and that's a 7 under par 65, and the Norwegian leads the Masters at the end of his first round. A brilliant bogey-free first round 65 from Victor Hovland. Cat.
Cameron Young, the runner-up at the Open, you may remember last summer at St Andrews, just propping himself up with an air of resignation on his putter handle, having just missed a 10-foot birdie chance that would take him level with Jon Rahm, his playing partner, on 6 under par and within a shot of the lead. But that one just sidled by, caught that downslope just on the far side of the hole from where I'm standing. So Cam Young stays at 5 under par as he and Jon Rahm and Justin Thomas, who's just trying to tidy up for his par. Real tester here for Justin Thomas, coming back up the hill for par. He's currently on 3 under par. Could be a drop shot here for Thomas. This is a tester for him. Just stay here for a second to see if he can get it to drop. Standing over it now, pink t-shirt and a strap around his bicep. Looks incredibly tight indeed and sweaty in this heat. It just puts the brakes on, comes up a couple of centimetres short. So Justin Thomas, the PGA champion, drops to 2 under par.
And on the 18th, Tiger Woods is making his exit now, having tapped in for his bogey. And Woods, he always looks a little bit pained. It's an arduous walk round. But that bogey to finish means that it was a round of 74 for Tiger Woods, and he will have work to do to make sure he protects that proud record of always making the cut at the Masters in his professional career. Mark.
So back to you, Trish, and what we were saying about the reaction to some of these golfers, and we're going to be now seeing Mickelson. He's just got a double bogey 6 on the 11th, so he's just marking his card, and then he will be walking onto the tee here at the par 3 12th.
Yeah, it's interesting, Mark, because well, as we see Phil Mickelson walk up, see what sort of reception he gets from the patrons here at the back of the 12th. But also, I'm looking at that leaderboard and I'm thinking, wow, you got Scheffler, the defending champion, Fitzpatrick, the US Open champion, Koepka, multiple, Scott, multiple tournament, major winners, Scheffler, one of the best players in the world, Hovland, Rahm, Lowry, and actually there's a really strange atmosphere out here all round today. It's almost as though they're not quite sure what to do. The scores are sensational. The names are that's probably the best first day leaderboard I've seen in donkey's years, and it's really quite quiet.
I think if you come year after year after year, which some of these patrons do, maybe you do just get a little bit complacent and you're not going to get revved up, until it gets to the weekend. Let's have a look now, Mark, because here he comes. I mean, maybe they don't actually recognise this newly svelte Phil Mickelson, who does cut a rather slenderer figure than in the past. I can just see him touching the peak of his cap. I'm just going to lift one ear of my headphones off. Yeah, there's applause, and there's a bit of hollering, and Phil Mickelson is politely accepting that. He's obviously grinding his teeth and fairly annoyed. He's just taken a double bogey 6 on one of the toughest holes on the golf course, of course, the par 4 11th. But it's not uproarious here in Amen Corner. It's not buzzing, despite the fact, as Trish says, we've seen some pretty good golf.
I wonder as well, and we have mentioned this, that the field is more spread out, isn't it? They have spread the big names, because some of those big names are now at LIV. They've tried to spread them out and maybe keep them away from the prime time tee times as well. So the Rahm, Thomas, Young group that Kat is watching at 17 is probably the biggest name one, actually, Trish.
No, you're absolutely right, Mark. I think that's part of the problem, with the atmosphere a little bit today. But we saw, as you said, I think people are just a bit not quite sure how we react today. I think everybody's just trying to feel their way in and see how everybody else reacts. And but the golf will come to the fore as it has today. And as we say, sensational golf. And just so impressed with Jon Rahm today. He's hit 17 greens. He's played 17 holes. He made a double at the first with a 4 putt, and since then he has made an eagle and 6 birdies. I mean, that takes some bottle, I tell you, after 4 putting the first.
Andrew McGee, how hard do you think it will be for some of these American golfers in particular, who would normally have the crowd very much on their side? And it's not that they're against them, but they're by no means as vociferous towards, say, a Mickelson or a Koepka, even a DeChambeau when DeChambeau came through Amen Corner, compared to previous years when we've been here.
There's always applause for the players walking up on 12T. I'm a bit shocked to hear that Phil didn't get a little bit of an applause. Nothing, huh?
A ripple. There was a ripple.
Yeah. It is a bit shocking. I don't know what to think of this. The crowds are massive. I mean, this is probably a record. I know yesterday par 3 contest was a record. It is a bit shocking. Are they drunk? Are they just not ready to get this going? Because the next few days they could be, with gloves and jackets, and they can't clap anyway.
What I would say is, Mickelson is looking great.
Yeah.
Andrew, he's
felt, isn't he?
He's felt. He is looking seriously healthy.
But he's the villain, isn't he? Yeah. This golden boy is turned into this. It's just crazy. I just don't know what to think about this whole thing. But I feel for him and his family, and I look at him and go, that's not Phil Mickelson.
I just thinking, we've done so many American majors. You've done many American majors, and we've done many Masters, and that sort of. It's not a raucous support for the Americans here, but it is a vociferous support for the Americans here. And it'd be interesting when Dustin Johnson comes round as well. And then it will be interesting to compare the reaction between Johnson and Mickelson and Scheffler, say, when Scheffler comes through.
Sure. I bet you Scheffler gets a little more than those other two.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to hear what you're saying in terms of the reaction out there on the golf course, because it's it's a whole new dynamic for the game of golf. Just to let you know, Matt Fitzpatrick's just come into my sights. He's really struggling. He's at 2 over par, but playing a lovely third shot into the par 5/8, so maybe he can get something going from the birdie putt that he'll have from 8-9 feet there. The Englishman who won the US Open last year. But we're in unique territory at the moment. I wonder if that has contributed to the lack of atmosphere there, because there's no shortage of birdies, there's no shortage of reasons to not have cheers, and I can hear some for Jordan Spieth, who's just knocked in a birdie putt at the 6th to go to 2 under par. And I should tell you also that Brooks Koepka's had trouble. He's at 5 under par on the 13th, drove into the trees, had to play out sideways, then lay up with his third shot, and he's just pitching over Rays Creek, and he's given himself a par putt downhill of around about 12 feet to save par at the par 5 30.
And the applause you could hear there in the background from here was for Mickelson's tee shot on 12.
Yeah, an absolute cracker, right behind the flag, pitched it about 5 or 6 yards. He was a little bit unlucky, actually. It's the first shot we've seen not spin back, and I tell you what, if that spins back, it's very close to going in. So he's got about 4-foot birdie putt, a bit slick behind the hole, though.
Kat is watching the Open champion, who is on 17.
Yeah, and you'd expect a bit of applause as well, wouldn't you, for the reigning Open champion, especially the performance that Cam Smith put in to win the Claret Jug at St Andrews in the summer, and to beat Rory McIlroy, and what a popular future star of the game he was set up to be. Then promptly, of course, signed for the controversial Live Golf Series. And it's almost as though people here on the 17th are kind of averting their eyes almost. They've glanced up from their programmes and their spectator guides. Lots of them have left because Jon Rahm and Patrick and Justin Thomas and Cameron Young have all headed up the 18th. There's a great crowd I can see at the top of the hill just in front of the clubhouse. They're about 20-30 deep up there waiting for Jon Rahm, but Cameron Young, admittedly not a brilliant approach, just caught the front of the green, spun back and off the putting surface, but literally no applause at all for the Open champion who went to the Live Golf Series. Ian.
Adam Scott putting to save his par on the 18th, and that one trundling just past the hole. He was putting from around about 25 feet. He was very unlucky with his chip shot, where he was looking to use the slope, overcooked it by a fraction, and the ball tantalizingly stopped at the top of the hill. So a slippery putt that has drifted 3 feet past. So a little tester at the end for Scott, and it will be a drop shot at least, which will take him back to 4 under par. Jon Rahm has found the middle of the fairway at the 18th. Cameron Young at 5 under par. His tee shot now drifting to the left and into and bouncing out of the first of the bunkers, and that's a break for well, it was for Young, but now the ball nestling up against the collar of rough down the left-hand side in the portion of grass between the two bunkers that guard that left side of the fairway. So those are the tee shots there. Remember, Jon Rahm at 6 under par needs a birdie at the last to tie the lead with his Ryder Cup teammate from Europe, Victor Hovland, and Rahm perfectly placed, Mark, after that tee shot.
One final thing on all of this, Ian, and Andrew and Trish can come in as well. Anybody can come in on this. It does show the power of a message, doesn't it? Whether that be what Rory and Tiger say, whether it be what people read in the papers or what they see on social media, because the guys that have defected are still the same guys. So by showing the difference, you're showing the difference to a rival tour, aren't you? I mean that is what you're doing through the messaging that has been put out.
Yes, and undoubtedly the portrayal of Liv has been to effectively say that these players are rebels. They are for many people there is the potential to be offended by where the money has come from. That's part of the issue, in that it's funded by Saudi Arabia, but it's also upsetting the status quo. And you will not have a more conservative crowd than the Augusta National. There's no doubt about that. They love the PGA Tour. They love their PGA Tour golf as well. So all of those factors, come into play. Yes. But the constant messaging from the establishment is that the bad guys here are the ones who have, I get into trouble for saying defected, but that's what they've done. They've gone to a different tour.
I think what Trish, she said yesterday, or maybe earlier, it's still an individual game. they're going to be gentlemen to each other while they're on the golf course, and they're working hard to play this golf course. They're not playing against each other now. They're working on playing Augusta National. It's enough. It's plenty of work, and it's nice to see they're going around doing their business.
Yeah, I think that's right, Andrew, very much so. And I also think one of the things, the difference with, and I think would have been very, very different if the Live Golf Tour had been something other than what I sort of perceive it to be as a glorified sort of Pro-Am version of, it's a scramble at the end of the day. It's a shotgun scramble every week as a team event. And part for me personally, and I'm sure you agree with this, Andrew, is we were talking about making the cut yesterday. That is such a difficult thing to do, and you want to, and Tiger's here trying to make his 24th consecutive cut. He's desperate to do that. They have no cut, they have no jeopardy on the Live Tour, and if you have no jeopardy, then you've got nothing to play for. You've got no pressure, and that is part and parcel of professional golf. As when you're learning, you're coming on tour, first thing you've got to learn to do is make cuts, and if you don't, financially you're screwed. Basically, you're in all sorts of trouble, and they don't have any of that pressure, so it's not the same game of golf.
It makes you tougher. Missing cuts is terrible. You lose money that week, but it makes you a better player. It makes you want to work harder. It makes you hungrier. There is some good to missing a cut, believe me.
Just going to see, Andrew, if Phil Mickelson can make his birdie on the 12th. He can, so that's a great recovery. Double bogey 6 on the 11th, having found the water short left of the green. Wonderful tee shot into the par 3 12th, which, as Trish says, had it had a bit of backspin and come back down the hill, that would have been very close to making a hole in one. But away he goes. And Mark, I know you're impressed. I'm impressed too, actually. He's looking good, isn't he? 52 years old. This is a 30th Masters appearance, and I know John Murray and Cat will see him later on, but he's looking good. Slim, black shirt, dark grey trousers, black shoes, mirror shades, black cap, looking sharp.
Well, black is always slimming. That's the other thing. I've learned that in recent years. Ian.
Rory McIlroy at the back of the 7th in the bunker there, playing a very nicely judged bunker shot, currently at level par, the Northern Irishman, so he'll have around about 4 feet to save his par. John Rahm at the 18th, 293-yard drive, 152 yards left to go. High trajectory as he fires this second shot in. Oh, what a shot from John Rahm. That was, to all intents and purposes, going to hop into the hole, but it just skewed to the right, and he's given himself 3 feet for a birdie there. Adam Scott just tied it up for his bogey, so the Australian in the house at 4 under par after a round of 68. So too Xander Schauffele there. Shane Lowry, remember, also in the clubhouse with a round of 68. And back at 4 under par now is Brooks Koepka, because he dropped a shot at the par 5 13th, bitten by the new tee that has been put in place there, Mark, extending the hole, as we've been saying, by 35 yards.
Yes, and we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. The remodeled 13th, of course, the 15th was remodeled last year and didn't have the desired effect, really. So we'll find out whether the remodeled 13th affects things as players play that hole over the next 4 days. So we are here at the 87th Masters in Augusta, where we have a jam-packed leaderboard. Some of the biggest names in golf have made their moves early, Ian Carter.
Have indeed, but I've got bad news for Rory McIlroy fans, because he's made a move and it's gone backwards. He has failed to get up and down from the bunker at the back of the 7th, and that is a double bogey 6, and so the world number 2 drops back to 2 over par. His Ryder Cup teammates for Europe are at the top of the leaderboard, though. Victor Hovland, a 7 under par, 65, bogey free today, and his closest rival is John Rahm, who's going to have a very, very short birdie putt to come at the 18th for a share of the lead. All this after 4 putting the first to basically give the rest of the field a head start. A double bogey 6 there. Cameron Young's at 5 under par, the young American, and the clubhouse leaders as it stands at the moment behind Victor Hovland, of course, are at 68, and that's Shane Lowry, Xander Schauffele and Adam Scott.
Now, as we left to come out onto the course earlier, what was your weather app saying, Ian, as a percentage chance of showers?
30% chance of thundery showers. How's it feeling out there?
Well, it is feeling rainy. There have been a few spots of rain. We're sitting at the back of the stand at Amen Corner, and that's with an eye on the 11th green, the 12th tee, the 12th green in the distance, and then behind the trees now, the 13th tee. And I saw a woman and her husband just leave the stand moments ago, and as they got to the stairs right at the bottom, she just looked up to the skies, turned round to her husband and mouthed, "Is that rain?" And I think he nodded, and we are starting to feel it.
Yeah, just a few spots around, Mark. I think our golf correspondent Ian Carter being slightly bashful and modest there as well. He's just talking about Rory McIlroy making a double bogey on that par 4 7th. If you go through the back of that green, that is very, very difficult from that back bunker. Really shallow green and steeply sort of sloping away from you. Ian was telling me earlier today when he played the round quite a few years ago, dropped it in that bunker. Caddy told him he was dead, knocked it out to about 4 feet and only just missed the putt. So he's being modest there. But you're right, there's sort of light spotted rain just falling here on us. Still huge galleries around the back of the 12th tee here at Amen Corner. I don't think I've ever seen a rainbow here. I was just thinking in terms of sunshine and showers. I don't think I've ever seen a rainbow at Augusta.
Well, today could be the day, and there's rain forecast for the rest of the week, so we might see one a little bit later on. There is always a media ballot here at Augusta, and if you put your name in it, you have the opportunity to play the course on the Monday. Ian has done that, Alistair has done that. What I find very interesting is as soon as they start telling their stories of when they played it, the professional golfers on the team just roll their eyes, Trish, because that's exactly what you did then.
I did not. No, I'm trying to pack my bag up because it's now coming down quite, well, heavily might be a slight exaggeration, but let's be fair, fellas, we're going to get wet.
Yeah. John Murray, who is over 15, said as we left, 30%, I'm not bothered about that. 30%, that means there's less chance of it raining. Ian?
Well, yeah, no, there you go. Yeah, that's good logic.
He's been wrong. He's wrong, though.
The sun is shining on the 18th green right now. There's no doubt about that. And it's Cameron Young is taking an absolute age over his birdie putt here. And standing to one side is Jon Rahm, who is just standing on his putter and watching, knowing that he's going to have a very short putt to come that will, if it drops, will give him the opportunity of sharing the lead. Here comes Young's putt now, beautifully judged by the American, who beat Rory McIlroy in the semi-finals of the match play just a couple of weeks ago. And he marches up, and all that hard work that he put into that putt paying off, because it's left him with the easiest of tap-ins to complete a fine opening round, a 67 for Cameron Young, the runner-up at the Open at St Andrews to Cameron Smith, and he's in the mix from the word go on this opening day of the Masters, the 87th Masters here at Augusta. I'm watching on the 7th right now, Jordan Spieth hitting a fantastic approach in and setting up a brilliant birdie opportunity. He's even managed to keep it under the hole there, so he can be aggressive. As we're looking now at the 18th here, Andrew McGee and Justin Thomas, who's had an in and out sort of first round so far.
Well, he's been pretty steady. I was thinking he's doing all the right things. He's playing practice rounds with Tiger Woods. He's spending time with past champions here. He's learning the course more and more. I don't think I've seen anybody go at it like him. I mean, he really gives it a bash from the top of his swing, being a slight little shorter fella here and a little less, but he has got another slick putt down the hill, 2 under par, trying to get to -3, a 69, great score to start this championship.
So here he is, 2 under par, and Justin Thomas is now getting himself ready. Just a gentle practice swing, then the putter head behind the ball. And here he is on the 18th green. The reigning US PGA champion sends this one forward and turning from left to right, but not quite enough. And frustratingly, from his point of view, he will tap in for the completion of his round, and it is a par to finish, and it's a round of 70. So that just leaves Jon Rahm to putt out now for a share of the lead. And well, this is a short, what an approach this was, Andrew.
Yes, what a great shot to tie the lead at 7 under.
It's just a couple of feet, he's over it now, and this, well, Luke Donald's going to love the look of this leaderboard. Victor Hovland up there already, and now Jon Rahm, another teammate, almost certainly in the next Ryder Cup. The Spaniard, the world number 3, been in electric form this year, reeling off tournament win after tournament win, and this for a share of the lead. Just a couple of feet after a brilliant approach shot, knocks it in. And Jon Rahm, who gave the field a head start with a double bogey on the opening hole, finishes it with 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. It's a 65 for the Spaniard, and he's right where he's been all year long, at the top end of the leaderboard. A 7 under par 65 to tie the lead with Victor Hovland.
An awful lot of people backing Jon Rahm before this tournament got underway, and they'll be very happy at the end of that first round. 7 under for Rahm, level with Victor Hovland. Our coverage continues on Sports Extra, but you can also follow the text commentary on the BBC Sport website, and within that text commentary there are in-play digital clips as well, so you're actually able to watch all the best shots and read it and listen to us all at the same time. On 5 Live now, we'll head back to Jules at Wembley. And here on 5 Sports Extra, we will continue with our Masters coverage. That, Andrew McGee, from Jon Rahm is some recovery from double bogeying the first. Andrew? Can we hear Andrew? Maybe we can't hear Andrew.
Hello, yes.
Oh, there you are.
He's just set Masters history. The lowest score is 65 after making a double bogey on the first hole. Incredible medal from Jon Rahm.
Alongside, and you joined the top as we sat here and you watched Rahm.
I can hear somebody talking in my ear, some American. But the other thing with Rahm, with one eye on McIlroy, there may be McIlroy fans who are slightly worried about that double bogey on, was it on 7?
Yes.
Was it? So, I mean, it does show you can come back from it, and that's what he now needs to show.
Totally. Now that he's going to see that score, I'm sure he's looked at the scoreboard and he's seen the double bogey on 1, and he's seen the 65 posted by Rahm. That should give him some hope. He has plenty of holes left to turn this around and get this thing into under par.
Ian, just go through what McIlroy's round has been so far.
Yeah, he opened up with a birdie on the second. He had to get up and down on the first, having missed the green to the right. Got his birdie on the second, 2-putt birdie after an excellent approach into that par 5, but then dropped a shot at the third, and then that double bogey at the 7th. You have to just wonder what the impact of that is going to be, Mark, and it'd be really interesting to get Andrew and Trish's opinion on this, because McIlroy has been very clear. He feels that this is not a golf course that you can chase on, especially on the first 3 days. You can't get behind the 8 ball, and now he finds himself in this position where he's 9 shots off the lead. But the counterbalance to that is we know that there are birdies and eagles out there. So how does he balance it? What's the professional view here of what you do when you have a setback here? Because the key thing is to make sure that you don't go chasing something inadvisedly and ultimately blow yourself completely out of the tournament.
Well, totally, Trish. If I could just jump in, it's lovely to see your name on the leaderboard the first day. Now you feel like you're in it, and you've got a chance to win. So does Rory feel like he's already finished? I don't think so. He's got a chance to turn this around today and finish up, and we still have 3 days left. So let's don't get too far ahead of ourselves at this early stage. We got what's he have? 11 holes left today. Some par 5s coming up. Guys are knocking it on 2 on 13 and 15. He can certainly turn this around and get himself in shape and not have to shoot 64 on Sunday like last year.
Yeah, absolutely right, Andrew. Yeah, 100%. I mean, don't panic is pretty much what he can't do at this stage of the game. Look at, no doubt he'll know that his Ryder Cup colleagues Hovland and Rahm are both 7 under. And if you look at that and think, crikey, I'm 9 shots behind already. Jeepers, I've really got to put the foot down. But actually, you just got to take it easy and think, right, okay, what am I going to do here? I've got to shoot under par. Let's just try and get to under par. And if he gets to 1 under, he makes 3 birdies coming in, which at the moment is a tall order because he's only made 1 birdie all day. But if he can just get to under par, to be honest, that'll be his best first round for a while.
Yeah, I mean, hit the fairway on 8. Let's hit 1 shot at a time. Try to make a birdie on 8. It's a par 5, and just hit the green, hit the fairways, have good birdie putts. Put the ball below the hole. one shot at a time.
Does it make any difference, Andrew, who is on that leaderboard? I mean, if you're chasing them down, in the sense of, it's a seriously powerful looking leaderboard at the moment with major champions, Olympic champions, former green jacket winners as well. And I mean this in the most respectful way to someone I'll mention now. I feel like we went through a period here for 2 or 3 years where at the end of the first round, Charlie Hoffman was always leading, but we did, didn't we? We did. And you always felt at some point he was going to be reeled in. Now that, if you see Rahm as the joint leader after the first round, you're thinking he could go from tape to tape.
He could run away with this thing. I mean, he is just that scary. He's one of the hottest players, obviously, on the planet. And I think all the players are going, oh no, here we go. Is this thing over? Do we press? I mean, let's give it a couple of days.
I'm just going to jump in, Mark, if I may, because Scotty Scheffler has come into our sights, the defending champion, and he's carved out a real opportunity on the par 5/8. Rory McIlroy's in the group behind, so he's waiting down the fairway. But this putt is maybe 5 feet tops for birdie, and he can be positive with this one as well, can't he, Andrew?
Yeah, it's a bit uphill, left to right. He's past the hole where, these guys all know how to keep it below the hole and have the best putts. You never really want to have the slick downhillers at Augusta. You're in trouble. You're playing defense. This is an offensive position, aiming just left of the hole with that little line in his putter. The ball is on its way, and it's going to stay left and not break.
Did not break, and he cannot believe it. He's pointing to the left there and saying, how's that happen? That was supposed to turn from there.
It's supposed to break towards Rays Creek to the right.
Yeah, and it didn't happen, and so it's a frustrating par for Scotty Scheffler. And if there's been one area of his game that hasn't been convincing so far, it's been on the greens, and he looks perplexed, and he's 2 under par courtesy of his eagle on the second. Otherwise it's been straight pars all the way, and so the defending champion is 5 shots off the lead, 2 under par. Just to bring you up to date on Matt Fitzpatrick, I told you he had an opportunity for a birdie on the 8th. He took that, and he's gone to the turn now in a 1 over par 37.
And if you're following the conversation we were having earlier, by the way, firstly, if Charlie Hoffman or any of Charlie Hoffman's family are listening to Sports Session, then want to be quite surprised. But if they are, then I meant no disrespect, and obviously he's an incredibly successful golfer. If you were following Sam Bennett, by the way, talking about Sam Bennett, the US Amateur Champion, he is still 4 under through 7, so he will, or he's on that par 5/8 with Scotty Scheffler as well. So we'll keep an eye on him. In front of us at the moment, 2 men in red numbers, Jason Day and Zach Johnson. Day 2 under, Johnson 1 under as they came down 11.
Well, that's the key point, Mark. As they came down 11, it actually gives us a good chance to talk about the difficulty of this golf hole, one of the most difficult on the golf course. So Amen Corner, we always talk about Amen Corner. I think we tell our listeners this every year. Amen Corner officially starts with your second shot into this par 4 11th in front of us. Pond eating into the front left of the green, and then sort of humps and hollows and bruises and bumps to the right. And Larry Mize country is the chipping area where a lot of players find themselves if they miss this green to the right. The Ryder Cup captain Zach Johnson was 1 under par. He was down there. He tried to hit a little sort of skiddy runner up onto the green from that right hand side. Didn't seem, Trish will tell me, didn't seem to make the right connection. Very nearly knocked it into the bunker. Then pretty much fluffed the next chip as well, missed the putt, and has made a double bogey 6. Gordon Sargent, another one of the amateurs in the field, the 19-year-old on his Masters debut. He actually tried to hit a flop shot from the back right of the same areas as Zach Johnson, knocked that in the bunker, splashed it out, and has 2-putted. So he's made a double bogey 6, which shows you how difficult the hole is. And Trish, Jason Day, while we were chatting away there about various other things, very nearly holed from about 80 feet with his putter actually just off the fringe, just seemed to graze the left edge of the hole. And he's going well. He's playing some good golf this year. He's 2 under par at the moment, and he's probably got 3 feet or so here to save his par on the 11th.
Yeah, he has. He's playing some great golf this year. It's great to see, actually. You know, it wasn't that long ago. It's only going back to, I think, 2016 when he was world number one. I mean, he was some player, but obviously he's had health issues, he's had back issues. He's changed his swing to help his back issues tremendously. But this is the part of the game that he was absolutely untouchable. His putting was just outrageously good and never missed from this distance. He's got about 4 feet, and this will be a great par because, as you said, Alistair, and he's knocked it in quite comfortably. As you said, this is caused utter carnage for the last sort of 20 minutes, this hole. It is a difficult hole, but it's not as difficult today because of the conditions, because it's quite sort of damp and the greens are nowhere near as fast. And I would say we've seen probably 50% more people hit this green today than we normally would.
I don't. Well, you go on. You were about to say something. It's probably going to be more interesting than what I'm going to say. Go on, he says. I was just going to continue the chat on Amen Corner. So then it becomes the par 3 12th. We describe that ad nauseam every year. But what we will discuss, I think, in our coverage tonight, Mark, is the par 5 13th, because that has changed this year. The par 5 13th is a brilliant hole here at Augusta, and it's always a risky thing to do, isn't it? To change a hole that has been so successful and so brilliant down the years. It's been lengthened by 35 yards, and it's an interesting talking point this year.
It is, and we'll do that a little bit later on. Brooks Koepka has just parred the 14th, the par 4 14, so he stays on 4 under. He'll be coming to John Murray's site shortly on the 15th. What I was just going to ask you a question about having to change your swing to reduce the chances of a back injury, which is I would imagine, is quite a complicated and lengthy process if you've been doing the same thing for an awful long time and then have to rip that up and not necessarily start again but start tweaking.
Yeah, it definitely is, but then you can look at it another way. Playing with a back injury is one of the worst things you can possibly do, and you're always waiting for that next twinge. So, you know, to play pain-free, I think probably any of us would be willing to do just about anything. And to be honest, if you look at the naked eye, most of the people will look at Jason Day's swing, they won't see much difference. It's just probably minuscule. It'll feel enormous to him, there's no question about it, but the fact that he actually doesn't have any pain now, well, that just changes the whole ball game for him, and it gives him every opportunity to get right back to the very top.
So we'll keep an eye on Jason Day, who's just about to tee off on the 12th. We did say Brooks Koepka about to tee off on the 15th, but from Kat's position over the 17th green, she ought to be able to see him come marching down that 15th fairway.
I can, and he's difficult to miss because he's wearing a kind of lime green, luminous yellow t-shirt and matching shoes, which I hadn't spotted when we saw him play a few holes earlier on before we came on air. The shoes really are quite something, and he's bouncing down the centre of the fairway, deep in conversation with I think Gary Woodland. Danny Willett, the former champion, just trailing a little bit behind down the right hand side. He's heading off towards the trees down the right hand side as they head towards their tee shots, but Brooks Koepka marching right down the centre of the fairway towards John Murray on the 15th.
Ian.
Well, I could tell you that Cam Smith has just completed a 2 under par round of 70, holing across the 18th green for his birdie there. Tiger Woods, remember, round in 74, and the news of Rory McIlroy more encouraging. He's just hit a ripping shot that has come round the corner for his second shot on the 8th, and the ball landing on the green. Eagle chance coming for McIlroy, who is currently at 2 over par.
Thank you very much. News of Jason Day and Zach Johnson here.
Yeah, par 3 12th, Mark. So Golden Bell, 155 yards on the card. Again, a classic Augusta hole. Quite often in recent years, actually, this has been a decisive hole. 2019, when Tiger Woods won, Francesco Molinari found the waters of Rays Creek that slithered their way across the sloping front of this green. Only last year, Cam Smith was in contention against Scotty Scheffler and also found the water. Jason Day, 2 under par for the tournament so far on this first day, taking no risks at all. The safe play is away to the left-hand side, so the pin today is almost cut in the Sunday position, actually, sort of right-hand portion of the green, but you're taking on more of the water there, more of the slope. And Jason Day has found the heart of the green, and Zach Johnson actually has hit a cracker to within about 10 feet, but he double bogeyed the last, so he's back to 1 over par.
joint leaders in the clubhouse, Victor Hovland and Jon Rahm. They're both on 7 under. Ian, who are you watching at the moment?
I'm seeing Joaquin Niemann actually playing down to you guys at Amen Corner and missing the green to the right there, so he's going to have a little bit of work to do to remain at 4 under par, but he's one of the live players who is showing up prominently. So too Brooks Koepka at 4 under. We should be seeing Rory McIlroy, yes we are, on the 8th, and this for a bounce back eagle for McIlroy. Brilliant second shot from the left side of the fairway. Has a light blue shirt, beige trousers today, white cap, and McIlroy coming up the hill on the 8th from around about 25 feet, looking for eagle on the par 5. Gives it a firm wrap up the hill, borrowing from right to left. Looks good, looks good. Oh, shaves the left edge of the hole. But it had its chances there, and McIlroy berates himself a little bit, but he's going to pick up what would be only his second birdie of the day, and that would get him back to 1 over par, and it will be, to all intents and purposes, a par 5 taken advantage of by McIlroy, and that's what he's got to do. As I can see now on the 15th, Brooks Koepka playing his second shot in at 4 under par. John, you should have news of his second shot.
Yes, watching it through the air, Ian. He was away to my right on the top of the hill on the par 5 15th, and he's landed it beyond the hole, and it's just rolled on, and that is a terrific shot from Brooks Koepka, the 4 times major champion, a live player now, as you will probably know, but he's got himself an eagle chance here at 15 of round about 20 feet down that devilishly tricky slope. I love the whole position today. Whenever it's down towards the front of the green at the 15th, near the water, then you are flirting with potential danger.
John, what kind of percentage, since you've been there, of players have gone for that green in 2? Because one of the big discussion points last year was the lengthening of 15 basically meant that the majority of players didn't go for the green in 2, and it actually made the hole a little bit duller.
On the basis of what I've seen, I would say something like 3/5 of the players that I've seen come down here have gone for the green. That's a rough estimate.
3/5, so 60%.
Well, 3/5.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Would you rather have it in percentage?
I did say what percentage, I think, didn't I? Or did I say what proportion?
You should have said what fraction.
What fraction? Okay, I'll remember that for my future mathematical questions to you over the next 3 days will all be fraction based.
Thanks very much. I'm looking forward to that already. But Brooks Koepka marching down the 15th. It's interesting. I was listening to the conversation earlier in that how were the live golfers being received, and Bryson DeChambeau, who's a fascinating case in point. I'm sure we'll discuss him over the course of the couple of days. But he did get a warm reception when he walked round here the side. He just birdied the 15th, in fairness, so 3 over. Last time I saw him 3 over par for the tournament, but was given quite a warm reception by all of the patrons who are ringed around the 16th tee behind me.
Is that both on the 15th green and the 16th tee? Where they get the, because obviously here at Amen Corner it's all the same kind of thing, but there's one crowd who can see the 15th green and another crowd who can see the 16th tee.
Yeah, no, I think they were well aware that he birdied the 16th, but he didn't get the silent treatment. He was given a you wouldn't have known that there was any issue at all watching Bryson DeChambeau walking onto the tee.
Now on the big white scoreboard in front of us, has this happened on the big white scoreboard in front of you, John, that a notice has gone up on the right hand side?
Not yet.
Well, on the right hand side of our scoreboard we have weather warning. So weather warning has come up here, which normally means that they think thunderstorms are in the vicinity. Kat, have you got that on 17?
Sorry, I'm just having a chat with a new friend called Matthew who has got tickets here for 5 days from a friend that he met on holiday in Goa. It's been a very exciting story. So if I'm honest with you, chappers, I was listening to Matthew's life story and I wasn't listening to what
where had they gone on? Where did they meet on holiday?
He was on holiday in Goa and he got chatting to this lady who, it turned out, had debenture tickets for the Masters, and in the end, her family said, I've had enough of coming to the Masters. We don't want to go anymore. And she said, Matthew, for as long as I live, you can have my tickets. So here she is. Here he is. She is 86 and no longer comes. But
and where's
he is
Matthew
riding
from?
his luck. Where are you from, Matthew?
Suffolk.
From Suffolk, and he comes every...
in Suffolk.
Well, I mean, isn't that, and I know you don't like to talk to strangers, chappers, but isn't that a good lesson? If you make friends with strangers on holiday, good things will come about it.
I wouldn't quite say I don't like to talk to strangers, Kat, but I mean...
Well, Matthew claims he spoke to you last year as well.
Back of the 12th,
Yeah?
right at the top. And you told me to get out because you're going to go on the radio.
There you go.
I think I probably said, could you politely move, please? If I put it this way, you benefited a lot more from talking to the lady in Goa than you did from talking to me. Ian Carter.
Phil Mickelson at the 13th for eagle and just missing. He'll tap in Mickelson and that will get him to 2 under par. Rory McIlroy has just tapped in for his birdie at the 8th, a 2-putt birdie there, so he moves back to 1 over par, the same mark as Matthew Fitzpatrick. And now I'm watching Jordan Spieth trying to muscle one up to the 8th green, but that one leaking out to the right, round about pin high. When we say that, it means he's level with the flag, but a long way right of the green, and he's chuntering away there to Michael Greller, his caddy, as he starts the long high climb up to the 8th, and he's frustrated, always yanking the wedge from the bag already, and he's not happy there, Jordan Spieth, but he's doing okay. He's doing okay currently at 3 under par is he. And Scotty Scheffler, I should tell you, at the 9th mark has hit a wonderful second shot in there, and he's going to have a birdie chance to move to 3 under. John.
Yes, it's going to be Brooks Koepka now with this eagle chance, and what a shot it was. What an approach shot from the top of the hill on the 15th in these now overcast conditions here on this first afternoon of what is the 87th Masters. And Brooks Koepka, so this is down the slope, this is 20-25 feet, that sort of range. And he has a quick look at it from behind, gets up those big, brawny, well-tanned forearms, that pale yellowish shirt that he's wearing today, and he's over this now, so he's rolling this ever so gently down the slope. I don't think he's giving it a chance, but you can never quite tell here at the 15th, and it rolls on, and it was a good, in terms of pace, it was excellent, but it just rolls by a few inches on the right hand side. But that will be, you would think that would be a birdie. He is going to mark, but he will I'm sure tap that in to go to 5 under par, Brooks Koepka.
A couple of Sams motoring along back down the course. The US amateur champion Sam Bennett still 4 under as he plays the 9th. So he's approaching the turn. Thought he birdied the first and eagled the second, if you weren't listening to us a little earlier, which is actually identically what Sam Burns did as well. Birdied the first, eagled the second. He went on to birdie the third, and he has birdied the 8th. So he is 5 under as he approaches the 9th as well. And here at Amen Corner, the raindrops are just getting a little more frequent.
Yeah, they're more frequent, Mark, and they're fatter, aren't they? They're big, juicy, fat raindrops. One's just slapped itself down right in the middle of my notes here and made a big, dark splodge. Who are we watching here? Oh, Joaquin Niemann, I was just going to tell you about. So he's one of the live golfers in the field, 18 of them in the field, and the Chilean, and I think we say, are you happy with Chilean, or are you going to say Chilean?
Trish, you're a well-travelled golfer. What would you say?
No, I think you're spot on. I think it's Chilean.
Yeah, I'd say Chilean, but go on.
The man from Chile's saved his par. Good up and down from the right of the 11th green. He hit one of those washing machine putts from about 5 feet where it caught the hole, spun right round and dropped. So he's 4 under par. And of course, that's 3 shots off the lead, jointly held by Victor Hovland and Jon Rahm.
Let's see if Kat is listening to us.
I am listening to you, and I can confirm it is Chilean, because we had this discussion when we were talking about the US PGA with Mito Pereira, and he threw away the US PGA title on the 18th, duffed it into the water. So we were talking about a Chilean player a lot, and there was a lot of debate about this, and in the end we deferred to an actual Chilean who got in touch and said it is Chilean.
Okay.
So there you go.
My apologies.
And in fact, he'll be heading my way in a bit. He is coming up with Bernard Langer, Mito Pereira and Ben Carr, the amateur. But at the moment, I've got JT Poston in front of me, Francesco Molinari and Bryson DeChambeau, speaking of live golfers, who's just prowling round to a approach shot that's landed beyond the pin. So he's got a really slick downhill putt for his birdie here on the 17th, and that would move him to 1 over. So he's not been having a great day, Bryson DeChambeau. Over to you, Ian.
Well, I'm seeing something that I've never seen before, and that is Rory McIlroy is doing an interview as he walks down the fairway of the 9th. He's got a near bud in. This is something that's been happening on American television. I think we might be able to hear it.
So, if there's delays or whatever, but as we're talking, it's spinning a little bit right now. So, hopefully it holds off for us. But yeah, look, it looks like the weather's going to be a little dicey here over the next few days, and you just got to take it as it comes and try to adapt as best as you possibly can. That's the only thing you can do.
While we wait, Rory, again, thank you for being with us. We're going to go back over to 15.
So that was Rory McIlroy talking on American television. That is a big talking point, John.
Isn't it just? That's remarkable. There are obviously one or two glitches with the technical side of that, but I mean, who would ever have thought when we were growing up that would happen? In fact, to be honest, maybe a year ago, who would have ever thought that would have happened?
John, I'll address that point in just a sec, but Scotty Scheffler, this to get to 3 under par on the 9th, and very assured, straight into the cup for the tall defending champion there, and he knocks that one away, and it's birdie, so 3 under par, 33 for the front 9. Good start to his title defence, but going back, McIlroy still has the earbud in his ear. I don't know if he's forgotten that it's there. Now, this is something that has been happening on American television in terms of the coverage. Now, in the UK, viewers who watch Sky will know that in-round interviews take place with players, with interviewers out on the course. Rory McIlroy has always politely declined the opportunity to do that. So here he is in the Masters, and he is prepared to do an in-round interview. That's extraordinary. And well, it might be a reflection of his state of mind. Ian, but I've never seen that in a major before.
Ian, why is he politely declined in the past? Has he given a reason for it, or has he just never done it, and that's that?
All the players are asked, are you willing to be interviewed as you play? And anyone who watches Sky will know the regulars who are perfectly happy to do that. And Rory's never been one of those. And as far as I know, and certainly my experience of watching it and covering events, I've never seen him do an in-round interview before. But the technique they're using in America is to give them, one of these earbuds and effectively have a quick phone call with them while they're walking down the fairway. But normally, when these interviews take place, they're conducted off the tee. They're done way before the players get anywhere near their ball. Now, McIlroy spoke all the way down the fairway and got to his ball. Now, admittedly, he's had to wait for the group in front. The earbud has now gone, but he's furnished the American TV viewers with quite the insight there.
Yeah, that's all right, isn't it, Trish?
Yeah, they do it quite regularly now. Walk and talks, they're called, basically. Tim Barter does a lot of them on the men's European Tour. The ladies' European Tour does the same thing. But I have to say, I'm surprised at a major, and that major being this one of all majors, that actually that's the first place that I've seen it done. And for Rory to be the first person to do it is truly remarkable, really.
He's just played his second shot into the 9th now, McIlroy, and he didn't get it up to the back tier, which is where the flag is located, and the ball has trundled back down the slope. Here we go.
On it a little bit, I think, just in the back of my mind. Obviously, you don't want to go long of this pin, so.
Yep.
I just eased off it, probably pitched it, 5 or 6 yards shorter than I wanted to. So at least got that putt up the hill, and hopefully have a decent look at it, and if I don't hole it, get it around the hole, and start the back 9 afresh.
It's one of the beauties of Augusta National. We all know the golf course so well. As you're walking up the hill, you probably know the line on this putt already.
Yeah, I should do, if I can sort of see the ball. It's actually from where it is. It's actually a pretty straight putt. It actually might go a little bit left or right, just coming off the bunkers.
Well, it's starting to rain just a touch, but Rory, listen, we again appreciate you doing this, something that's never been done before at the Masters tournament, allowing
Pleasure.
us to make a walk with you.
Happy to be the first one to do it.
Well, there's an amazing record for the players that we've had do this on the West Coast.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why I wanted to do it.
Almost all of them won. So we'll look forward to watching the rest of the day and the rest of the week.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So there we are.
I think that's brilliant.
Yeah,
I think that's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
I think that's brilliant from him. He walked, I've just seen it on the monitor here, and whilst that was going on, he walked all the way up to his ball. In fact, he even crouched marking his ball, and he was finishing talking. There's a bit of humour there, there's a bit of insight there, and Trish, you've just said that it actually highlights a very good state of mind, doesn't it?
Well, I think so. If he's in a livid mood, the last thing in the world, and to be fair, they will give him the option.
Yes.
They will say, look, you really don't have to do this, but he is one of those people. If he says he's going to do something, he will do it, regardless of the present situation that he's in. And I thought he sounded actually quite relaxed, and he's still expecting to have a very good back 9 and finish this round the way he wanted to in the first place.
I think that's the point, isn't it, Ian? If he was 4 over through 8 and all over the place, they wouldn't have gone near it. But in production meetings, and they will have spoken to him and said, look, if you're in an okay spot and you're happy, then we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you coming down. What is he on 9?
Yep.
We'll talk to you coming down 9. And you made the point, Trish, that it was Trevor Immelman. So there's a pro there. So he's not going to be thrown under a bus by any question or anything like that. And it gives us all a little bit of insight.
Absolutely. Look, I agree 100% with what you said. That was sensational. That was absolutely sensational broadcasting. I'm just astonished that Rory is the man who's agreed to do it, because he's never shown any enthusiasm for having that kind of interaction in the course of the round. As we've been saying all week long, what an enormous week this is. And to me, what it does tell us is a complete shift in attitude from McIlroy to try and maintain that kind of relaxed frame of mind, regardless of the size of the challenge and the task and the opportunity that is before him. And now he's dispensed with that earbud, and now he's in full concentration mode. And let's see how he putts after walking the entire 9th hole, being interviewed by CBS television, or whoever the host broadcaster are at this stage, and ESPN, it could well be. Either way, he's spoken to the world while playing this hole, and now he's ready to putt from around about 35 feet. It was a bit of a miscalculation, and he told us that he thinks this is a dead straight putt, and he hits it up the hill, borrowing from left to right and coming up just shy of the hole by about 3.5 feet. Rehearses the follow through once again there, as if to say, I needed to just hit that a little bit harder. Walks up and marks the ball. Should be a par 4 for him, and that would take him to the turn in a 1 over par 37.
I was just going to say he's done it on the front 9 on the first day of the tournament, so he's not doing that in the back 9 on Sunday in contention. I know every single shot is important, but that seems to me like a good time to do it. And it was a tournament on the PGA Tour. I can't remember if it was the World Match Play, but I have seen him do that already this year on the tour. And Ian is absolutely right. Up until this year, I've never seen him do it. I have seen other golfers do it this season, but I have seen Rory McIlroy do that already this season. So that's not the very first time he's done it. It's certainly the first time done in a major, as they were saying in the broadcast.
Yes, it's not, Trish, as if they've said to him, on the final round on Sunday when you're one shot clear and playing the par 3 12, could we just have a chat with you on the tee?
No, but I do think, and I kind of, thinking what Ian is saying, it kind of goes to where Rory is in the sort of big scheme of things in the game at the moment. He is the number one player. He's the player that the PGA Tour are looking to for so much these days. And, as well as playing unbelievable golf, he's sort of the spokesperson for the PGA Tour, and being the first player, to be honest, it probably appealed to him. He is the first player to do that in this tournament.
Fantastic front nine from Sam Burns, playing with McIlroy, by the way. He's gone to the turn in 5 under par, so in 31 blows. So he's just tapped in, looking as cool as can be. Won the match play, of course, a couple of weeks ago, beating Cam Young in the final. Here's the 20-year-old wonder kid Tom Kim, who's made a good start as well, the Korean. He's at 2 under par, 2-time winner already on the PGA Tour. He's got a little tester to save his par here, around about 3.5 feet over it now. Yellow shirt, canary yellow shirt, and in it goes. And so Kim goes to the turn in 34, 2 under par. And let's just see whether McIlroy can make no mistake with his short par putt here, right at the back of the 9th green. Stands at right angles behind the ball for his one practice swing. Then the putter head is placed behind the ball. New putter, of course, that came into the bag at the match play. Sends it forward, very assured, into the cup. So that remarkable 9th hole, in which Rory McIlroy offered the world his insights, results in a par 4. And having suffered that double bogey at the 7th, which took him to 2 over par, the birdie at the 8th, he also had a birdie at the 2nd, drop shot at the 3rd, all adds up to 37, 1 over par. And as he said there in that interview, time to press the reset button and go for it on the back 9.
Here at Amen Corner, double major winner Colin Morikawa will come into view shortly. He is on 2 under. He's playing with Matt Fitzpatrick, who is 1 over. They're only a 2-ball. They started off as a 3-ball. But Will Zalatoris dropped out after just a few holes today. Not the only one who's dropped out, actually, over the course of the first round. Kevin Na earlier went in the very first 2-ball with Mike Weir. So Mike Weir ended up playing half his first round on his Todd with just him and his caddy. Brooks Koepka birdied 15 in front of John Murray, who can just turn to his left and watch him play the par 3 16.
Yes, hit an excellent tee shot in at the par 3, Red Bud. 152 yards today, and the flag, the hole, is down at the front right of the 16th green today, so just 8 strides on from the front and 5 from the left, and it's one of those positions on the 16th green where it gathers the balls in down, and we've had a number of close things in terms of a hole in one. I think it was the amateur champion Aldrich Potgieter of South Africa who came closest to a hole in one here, but Brooks Koepka, lovely shot in there, rolled down, and he will have round about 9 feet for his birdie putt here at the 16th, and that would be to take him to 6 under par and to within a shot of the lead. But he's not about to play just yet, Mark. Danny Willett, by the way, one of his playing partners, the Englishman from Sheffield, former champion here in 2016, he's 1 over for the tournament as we speak.
Has Andrew McGee managed to reach you yet?
Not yet. Oh, he's here. He's here. He's crept up on the blind side, and he is in position right next to me. Mark Chapman, Andrew, was wondering if you'd made it, and you've made it through the April showers.
I have made it. It's my favorite place in all of Augusta, right on top of 16 tee and 15 green.
Do you know Andrew?
Well,
because
hang on a minute. I haven't put his
God.
headphones on him yet. So
okay.
Give us a chance to do that.
All right. Have you done it?
Not yet, no, because they're actually underneath some equipment here.
Okay.
So give me a minute. I'll let him get set.
No, so
He's just walked across the grounds of the Augusta National in sweltering conditions, and he needs a little bit of time to...
But you should have been ready for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's raining, and we're sweltering. We've had equipment. Our friends from ESPN have arrived. I've had to put some equipment in a different place. So it's all been going on.
Yeah. Has he got the headphones on now?
Not yet, because you've been talking to me.
Now?
I've got to get out from underneath the thing.
This, honestly.
What's the question?
Well, the question, maybe John, you could answer it. Could you answer it for me, John?
Hang on.
John?
Hang on a minute.
Why are you whispering?
Well, I'm on the golf course.
I keep being told in my ear that other people are available for me to talk to, but this is...
I'm going to put the headphones on him.
Right.
Here, Andrew, you take my headphone. Right. Mark wants to speak to you.
You will understand, Andrew, why it's important that I talk to you and not John, because, this question would just go over John's head. You are a man that knows everybody, and when we were together last year, you spotted that Larry Fitzgerald was here, legendary NFL wide receiver. Is he here again?
Well, give me some time.
Okay, I think he's here and in front of me because he is. Everybody keeps coming up. Everybody keeps coming up to shake his hand.
Does he have a ponytail with dreads?
Yeah,
that's him.
Yeah, he's got a cap on, so I can only see him from behind. But he's a big man.
He's a wide receiver.
He's a wide receiver.
He looks like a linebacker.
He's a wide receiver.
American football over there.
And the people are coming out. People keep coming up to shake his hand. So I'm assuming, and there's a green jacket staying very close to him. So I'm assuming that Larry Fitzgerald.
Guess what he wants?
What?
To be a member. That's why he's standing next to the green jacket.
Does he play?
He's very good.
Is he?
I play with him at my club in Phoenix, and he's just one of the nicest gentlemen you've ever met.
Is he? God, he is some athlete. He is a big man.
Big for a wide receiver. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've sorted out the situation, and what happened was, you see, obviously this is the first time we've been on air with two sets of headphones from anywhere, and the second set of headphones actually were all tied together with those sort of those things that
the plastic wrap.
That's the one. Yes, I was thinking how I was going to describe that.
Well, you sounded like you were going to use kidnappers, which wouldn't have been very good. Which wouldn't have been a very good analogy at all.
Good point. Yeah. Well, I was trying to think what you would use them for, but anyway, they were.
When you get toys, cable ties. When you get toys at Christmas,
that's the one. Yeah. Cable ties. Yes. Anyway, so it took me a little bit of working to get them off, as you can imagine, like Harry Houdini.
Well, you missed our conversation about Larry Fitzgerald. If you want to join in,
where is he?
He's just in front of me.
Have you spoken to him?
No, he's with a green jacket and quite a way away, so I'm just keeping my distance. Is he very media savvy? Is he? Oh yeah, they all are our NFL players. I'll see. I might need Andrew with me to facilitate a little bit, as Andrew knows everybody. Ian, is there some golf now?
Good birdie chance for Scotty Scheffler, who's just gone a begging from the back of the 10th. Boy, he's created some chances today. He's only managed to take two opportunities, an eagle at the second and a birdie at the 9th, so he remains at 3 under par. But Jason Day at 2 under par is up ahead at the 13th. Scheffler was on the 10th there, and Jason Day has this birdie chance from 15 feet, and in it goes right into the middle of the cup for the inform Aussie, and he moves to 3 under par. Clean scorecard for Jason Day so far, and he looks very composed as he makes his way to the par 4 14th.
Probably a good time to mention that, as well as listening to us on Sports Extra, this year on the BBC Sport website we have in-play digital clips, so you can watch. I'm not sure you can watch a 50-something man try and get cable ties off some headphones, but all the golf shots that are worth watching you will be able to see on the BBC Sport website, embedded into the text commentary, so you can read about it, watch it and listen to us all at the same time. Should we just do a leaderboard here?
Yes, good idea. Joint leaders at the moment, Victor Hovland and John Rahm, European Ryder Cup teammates, both round in sparkling 7 under par, 65s today, and they're 2 shots clear of 3 players, 3 Americans indeed. Cam Young in the clubhouse after his 65, the Open runner-up from St Andrews. Brooks Koepka has got it to 5 under par, the informed live player with 2 holes to play, and Sam Burns to the turn in 5 under par, the recent winner of the Match Play Championship. Great day for Shane Lowry, round in a 4 under par, 68, so too the Olympic champion Xander Schauffele, and the champion a decade ago here at Augusta, that was Adam Scott. And Sam Bennett, the amateur champion, US amateur champion, is acquitting himself beautifully in the company of the defending defending champion Scotty Scheffler, because Bennett is 4 under through 10 holes. Jordan Spieth is going very well as well. He is playing the 9th at 4 under. He's had 3 birdies in a row, and so Spieth going very nicely indeed. Rory McIlroy embarking on the back 9 at 1 over par. John.
Because Phil Mickelson is playing the 15th, 1 under par for the tournament. He has just hit Andrew McGee, a magnificent shot from the left middle of the fairway, up there on the hill in the distance, over the top of the yellow fluttering flag, and it's landed, and he's left himself, 18 feet for eagle to go to 3 under par potentially.
Yeah, silly me. I looked back at my binoculars and saw he was holding an iron, and I tapped to John. I thought he's going to lay up, and then all of a sudden it comes right down on top of the flag to 18 feet. An excellent chance for an eagle 3 here at 15.
But the remarkable thing, as earlier discussed when he was coming through you at Amen Corner, was that, I mean, how many times have we stood here on this course in this position and seen Phil Mickelson do remarkable things at the Augusta National? And what I would have expected after that shot was for the crowd to go bananas, and it really didn't.
Well, there's empty seats out here too. This is Phil Mickelson. He's a past champion. We have empty seats in the stands to the right side of 15. We have some empty seats over here just above the Sarazen Bridge. Phil Mickelson slowly approaching on the right side of this 15th green. And yes, there's a little smattering of applause. Maybe 10 people over there as he walks by. But let's see, usually with a shot like that, it'd be a standing ovation.
Normally, Mark, it would be standing ovation. We'd be seeing Phil Mickelson's teeth dazzling us with big smiles as he walks onto the green, but it's just not quite the same. However, what is the same is that was a magnificent shot by Mickelson.
Here at Amen Corner, Alistair Bruce Ball, just keeping an eye on a couple of things. Justin Rose has gone through 12. We're also watching Morikawa and Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Colin Morikawa 2 under par. Matthew Fitzpatrick is 1 over par for his first round so far today. Rather naughtily, I'm always worried about, we didn't do much commentary on Dustin Johnson and Justin Rose, but when they're playing in groups together, it's so easy to do the sort of Justin Donson or Dustin Rose or Justin Does, and I've now done all of them and rattled them off without telling you anything about what they've actually done. I slightly lost track of what they were doing on the 11th, because we got into the conversation about Rory McIlroy doing the interview live on course. But what I can tell you is that Justin Rose played the par 3 12th quite brilliantly. Matthew Fitzpatrick's tee shot is very, very close indeed as well. So he's within inches. Matthew Fitzpatrick's going to make his birdie, I'm sure, to get himself back to level par. Justin Rose was sort of pin high, probably 12 feet left, and rolled that putt in, which I think, and Ian will be able to confirm this back at base, is Justin Rose 1 under, Ian?
That is a very good question.
Okay.
Oh, you keep eating your sandwich, and I'll cover for you.
But I'll tell you,
I mean, it's been a heck of a professional half hour this from the Five Live golf team. What I would say though as well, Trish, just going back, we're going back to the point, but Dustin Johnson came through here without so much as a
level
squeak.
par.
It was extraordinary. I must admit, of all the players I expected to hear something for Dustin Johnson. He is a live player, but he's been very quiet, if you like. He's just gone about his business. He's not getting involved in any ruckus with anyone. He just wants to play his golf, and there was not a titter, to be perfectly honest. I was really shocked.
Morikawa to within 10 feet on the 12th as well.
Rose must have bogeyed the 11th, birdied the 12th, so he's level par.
Kat, who are you watching?
I can see the distant and looming figure of Brooks Koepka. He's hit a monster drive up the hill on the 17th, the par 4. He must have about, 180, 190 yards maybe into the pin here. And he's just to the right-hand side of the fairway in that tennis ball coloured yellow t-shirt, bright yellow shoes, which are much more of a lemon. I think personally they clash with that shirt, and a white baseball cap, white trousers, and just standing there having a quick chat over his approach shot with caddy Ricky Elliott, the Northern Irishman, on his bag this week. And he's playing as well with Gary Woodland, the 2019 US Open winner, and Danny Willett, the 2016 winner, who had his best finish round Augusta since that win in 2016 last year with a tie for 12th spot. So a few Augusta specialists here. Koepka is definitely one of them in past years. but has missed the cut on his last 2 visits here. Runner-up in 2019, of course, before he too fell foul to the water on 12 that Ali was talking about a little bit earlier on. He was the halfway leader when he plopped into the water on Rays Creek. Their top 15 finishes in 3 of his past 5 starts at Augusta. And then, of course, off he went to the breakaway Live Golf Tour last year. And he's been in the doldrums, hasn't he? We've seen him starring in the Netflix series Full Swing and talking about how he's really struggled to compete with the very best on tour. But he came back, won the Live Golf event a couple of weeks ago, coming into Augusta as another winner again and looking very strong, very healthy indeed, hitting it beautifully on the range as we've been watching over the last few days. And he's coming down 17 now, about to hit into the 17th green on 5 under par, 2 shots off the lead, Ian.
Thanks, Kat. We're looking at Sam Burns now, who's made the big move on the front 9, covering it in 5 under par, and now putting from just off the back edge of the green, playing in the same group as Rory McIlroy. McIlroy, remember, at 1 over par after his front 9. And here is Burns putting from just off the green, delicately down the slope, looking good, looking very good. And what a beautiful putt that was, and that will keep him at 5 under par. Little tap in for his par 4 for the tall American. John.
Yes, Phil Mickelson now in grey and black, sunglasses on, and an eagle putt on the 15th for the umpteenth time at the Masters. If anyone knows how to make this one drop, it's Phil Mickelson, and the ball is rolling down that slope from left to right. He watches it roll by. Andrew McGee.
Beautiful putt, just past the hole with perfect speed. I was just going to wonder, as we've been talking about, would there have been a big cheer or not? Let's go back to Kat.
Yep, after the birdie for Mickelson, Kat. 2 under par Mickelson now.
And Koepka looking to set up birdie here on the 17th as well, just flighting the ball into this elevated green that slopes so dangerously from front and back, and he flies the pin. The ball puts the brakes on about 12 feet beyond the flag, so he's got a putt now down the slope of the green. And this 17th green is absolutely treacherous. From up where I'm sitting now, you know, several stories above the putting surface, it looks pretty benign, but when you get down onto the level of the green, we were walking around behind it a little bit earlier, and we could see the elevation from kind of ground level up to the pin is taller than John Murray, who is well above 6 foot. You can hardly see the pin at all from down below the surface of the green behind, and it slopes so steeply from back to front. So Brooks Koepka now for birdie has to come down the slope 12-13 feet or so. It's going to swing way out from left back into right, and we've seen so many, or I've seen so many, sitting in this stand over the last few hours or so. Once they go beyond the flag, just the slightest tickle down the hill, and if they get a little bit too much on it, well, it goes and it goes and it goes, and it can go off the front of the green and sometimes into that bunker right on the front. So really tricky birdie putt coming up for Brooks Koepka, who's marching along, looking very relaxed, swinging those enormous tanned arms of his in that luminous greeny yellow t-shirt, walking along chatting to Gary Woodland, who floated an absolute beauty. He's about 10 feet to the left of the flag on the far side of the green. Danny Willett, the 2016 Masters champion, he's got an enormous 40-45 footer coming up for his birdie here. Willett 2 over par, Woodland 3 under, and Koepka 5 under, and he'll have a birdie look here on 17, but it's going to be a tricky one.
Ian was talking about Sam Burns earlier, the American number 11 in the world rankings, made the turn at 5 under. He got off to a flyer, did Burns, but he bogeyed the 10th, so he's gone back to 4 under, which is the same score as the US Amateur champion Sam Bennett, who is going to come into view any second here on the 11th, playing alongside the current champion Scotty Scheffler, who's 3 under, and Max Homa, who is 2 over, and they're all in very similar positions on the green, Ali.
Yeah, they are, Mark. So the par 4 11th, as I keep saying this evening, one of the most difficult holes on this golf course, a monster 520 yard par 4. Quite often, as we've been saying, you'll see the players bail out to the right and end up in the sort of chipping zone in a little hollow just off the right of the green. But we're about to watch 3 putts from around about sort of 30-40 feet each of them. All have made their way to sort of the back right of the green. They'll be putting across this green towards Raids Creek and away to the left. And I tell you what, Sam Bennett, we were saying it at the start, right? So US Amateur Champion, having won that last year, starts today, birdie, eagle. But the really impressive thing, Mark, in that company is he's kept it going as well. He hasn't let it phase him. He's 4 under par. He's better than the defending champion Scotty Scheffler at 3 under. World number 5 Max Homer is there at 2 over par, and it's just brilliant to see them both. So Sam Bennett is walking onto the green at the moment, and he's chatting away with Scotty Scheffler like they're best pals.
It's great to see, is that, Trish? And you wonder how much that has happened all the way round, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Scotty Scheffler's that sort of fella, actually, to be honest. He's wonderful to play with. He actually, Sam couldn't be playing with anyone better. And we've literally watched them walk 100 yards, just chatting away. He's kind of half the size of Scotty Scheffler, isn't he? From this distance away, he's a very, very small man. But lovely to see the defending champion giving the amateur all his time.
Ian.
Rory McIlroy picking the ball from the hole on the 10th. Brilliant approach in to 11 feet, and as calm as you like and as determinedly as you like, judging by the expression on his face. He rams that putt in, borrowing from right to left. The ball disappears, and it's a big birdie for McIlroy, brings him back to level par. John.
Phil Mickelson in the water off the tee at the par 3 16th. He could have got an eagle at the 15th. It turned out to be a birdie, which took him to 2 under par, but his tee shot landed on the bank that sloped down into the water to the left of the green as we look at it, and it bounced back, Andrew, into the water.
Yeah, 152 yards, the shortest par 3 playing today. A terrible mistake, missing the ball, left into the water. Phil Mickelson is in trouble. Let's go back to Cat.
And Brooks Koepka looking to hunt down the leaders, Jon Rahm and Victor Hovland, both of them safely in the clubhouse. Just that treacherous downhill putt I was describing a few moments ago, he executed it absolutely perfectly. Just the lightest of touches. It tiptoed down the hill, tipped into the hole. Brooks Koepka then with the birdie on 17. He moves to 6 under par with the 18th to come.
Here at 11, Ali.
Yeah, so just having a look at that leaderboard across the pond in front of the 11th green. Jon Rahm and Victor Hovland, the 2 Europeans in the clubhouse at 7 under. Kat just telling us that Brooks Koepka's got it to 6 under with 1 to play. Max Homer not involved at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. He's first to putt on the 11th green. Has come up just shy, putting across the 11th. And I tell you what, we've been talking about the sort of fairly muted reception for some of these golfers today. If young Sam Bennett doesn't get roared onto that 12th tee with the performance he's put in so far this afternoon, then
are you going to get very angry?
These patrons need to have a long, hard look at themselves, but I probably won't tell them that. Right, let's see if he can do it, Mark. Let's see if he can do it, and then we'll get the thoughts of Trish. Is going to have a look at the putt through the binoculars. He's right at the back of the 11th green. It's a classic Augusta picture. Caddies in the white boiler suits, dark still waters of Rays Creek, super slippery, shiny putting surface. And here's the putt from Sam Bennett, the American amateur champion, turning right to left, just missing the hole on the left-hand side. Pretty nicely judged for pace, Trish.
Yeah, just missed it on the low side, just carried on a little bit. Got about a 3-footer coming back, so little tester, but a good effort, a good aggressive putt.
Aggressive putt from Sam Bennett. Let's see what Scotty Scheffler can do. So Bennett is 4 under. Scheffler is 3 under with the birdie putt to come. We've told you about Hovland and Rahm at 7 under. Brooks Koepka at 6 under. Cam Young, the American in the clubhouse, at 5 under par. Sam Burns at 4 under. Sam Bennett in front of us at 4 under par, and Rory McIlroy will be on his way soon here on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Augusta National, first day of the 87th Masters. Defending champion has made a great start. Scheffler at 3 under. Birdie putt on the way, and that's not got enough gas. It was trying to make the turn from right to left. He's come up a little shy, Trish.
Yeah, bang on line as well. Had the perfect line, just turning in right to left would have been really close to the hole, but he's left that a couple of feet short. It was a bit of almost a bit of a nervy one for Scheffler.
Great thing about the amateurs as well, Mark, is the golf bag. So it's not the big sponsors, giant, enormous barrel of a golf bag that they all carry around. Just a small one of those little pop-up stand-up ones. The two little legs flick out so it can stand up by the side of the green. It's the one we all play with.
I'm just about to say that's why you're loving it, because it's actually the one that you've got. The happiest person out here today is that caddy, because I can tell you this is going to be. It's hot and humid, and those boiler suits that the caddies are wearing, they are stifling inside.
Controversially, in the Radio 5 Live sweepstake,
which is a shambles.
Yes.
I mean, it's just been run terribly, but yeah.
Once again, you're furious about it. I accidentally put Aaron Wise into the hat, and one of the chaps on the team, Richard, pulled him out of the hat, and Aaron Wise isn't actually playing in the tournament. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you Keith Mitchell, who was my player, who was ranked between 40 and 50 in the world, and I'll just pick one of the amateurs. I'll take one of the amateurs, and I'll take it for the team. I'll tell you who I'll take. I'll take Sam Bennett. He's 4 under par.
Yeah, I'll take one of the amateurs. There's a lot of amateurs playing. Do you know what I'll do? I'll take the US Open champion. Yeah, the US Amateur champion. That's what I'll do.
So, Scotty Scheffler on the 11th green. First little portion of Amen corner to negotiate. Sam Bennett waiting to putt for his par. Scheffler to go first. He's at 3 under. Then it's the par 3 12th Golden Bell to come, and then the beautiful par 5 extended this year by 35 yards. Azalea, the big swinging dogleg, right to left. Here's Scheffler. Hit the edge of the hole and has missed, and has 3-putted the 11th green to drop a shot, and is at 2 under par, and we did not see him do that until the 18th green last year.
No, that's a total shock. I must admit, that was no more than 2.5 feet either. That would be totally unexpected, out of nowhere. Yeah, we saw him do it on 18, but let's be fair, he had about 5 to win, didn't he?
Sam Bennett's just going to finish this hole for a par.
Yeah, Sam Bennett then. First Masters, US Amateur champion. Par putt on the 11th, taking every care, settling himself, just gently rocking from side to side. Now still over the ball, draws the putter head back on its way and into the hole. Brilliant par, great 2-putt, and Sam Bennett has just negotiated that first very tricky part of Amen corner. He's off to the par 3 12th.
Scotty, I can't work out whether Scotty Scheffler is genuinely furious as he comes to the 12th tee, because he is gesturing and being quite emotive, and now he's sat on the stool at the 12th, but he was really gesturing to his caddy. Now I can't work out whether he was putting on a bit of effect there, or actually he does look, the way he's sat down there, he looks fuming.
Yeah, he looks livid, and to be honest, he's not the type of character to do anything for effect. I think he's in a bit of shock. I mean, he only had 18 feet for birdie, and 11, we said how difficult a hole is. He's hit the perfect second shot. He's the only one really with a birdie opportunity, and he's the only one that's walked off with a bogey.
McIlroy coming down 11 next. John.
Phil Mickelson having been in the water off the tee at 16 and hitting it close with his second tee shot. Actually, he went again from the tee and put it close to within 3 feet, and he's rolled it in for a bogey 4. Well, that's been eventful. I mean, classic Mickelson, whether he's live now or what. That was classic Mickelson at Augusta, where something's always happening, and he's back to 1 under for the tournament.
Yeah, that's called a good bogey, and he's delighted with that, but you would never know. His demeanor is not the Phil Mickelson I can remember. He's slow walking, he's looking down, he's got just an all black bag that just says High Flyers on the side. No commercial, no sponsors. It's just quite shocking.
Yep. But Slimline Phil 1 under after an eventful couple of holes here.
So back to the 12th Golden Bell. 157 yards today. What a moment for this young man, the US Amateur champion. Thousands of patrons, all their eyes boring into the back of his head. He settles, he has the honour on this 12th tee. He's ahead of the defending champion Scotty Scheffler by 2 shots at the moment, 4 under par for his very first competitive round at the Masters. Trish Johnson has the binoculars to her eyes, and that tee shot is heading to the left of the green, which is safe. Let's in terms of distance, Trish, has it found the putting surface?
It's just on the very back edge. It's considerably left. It's at least 35-40 feet away, but at least it didn't go forward. He would have been in trouble. So it's just going to be a tricky one to, pace-wise, but 2-putt territory.
Never looked prettier, the 12th hole as well. Max Homer, long shadows out now. The sunshine is back. The weather warning sign is still there, but no raindrops in the air at the moment. The rest of the hole that just sort of unfurls out in front of the players is drenched in glorious sunshine. Perfectly still, calm waters of Rays Creek, which winds its way in front of this shallow 12th green. And then the yawning, smiling bunker in that steep slope at the front of the green as we look at Max Homa's tee shot on its way. That's looking pretty good, just left of the flag. Again, it's all about the distance. Can he find the putting surface? The applause tells you, I think, Trish Johnson, that he has.
Yeah, perfect. 10 feet just to the left of the hole, but really good birdie opportunity.
And whilst these two look at the tee shots on 12, we're also watching the balls come into the 11th green. We can't see who has played them at the moment. One is on the middle of the green, maybe 20 feet, 15, 20 feet from the hole. One is just off to the right. We don't know who's played them, but this is the McIlroy, Kim and Burns group, and the final ball has just flirted with the pond but stayed on the green. So 2 on the green, 1 just to the right. Here's Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, described that as Ray Floyd's pond earlier on in the coverage. Ray Floyd finding the water in his playoff against Nick Faldo in 1990 when Faldo went on to win his 2nd consecutive green jacket. Only 3 men have done it, and that's what Scotty Scheffler is trying to do this year. What a lovely swish at the club you could hear. That is dead straight, gun barrel straight at the flag, just moving away now to the left, and they like it here. Warm applause for Scotty Scheffler. He was in a right old grump, having 3 putted on the 11th to drop back to 2 under par, but he has found the putting surface as well, so birdie putts to come for Scheffler and young Sam Bennett. Bennett at 4 under and Scheffler at 2 under par. So let's have a look here at the players on their way down the par 4 11th. Tom Kim and Sam Burns playing alongside Rory McIlroy. Burns is 4 under, Kim is 2 under, McIlroy is level. Judging by the way they're walking towards their balls, do we think, Trish, that McIlroy is the one that's just crept onto the front left of the green and has a very, very long putt for birdie?
Well, it has to be, otherwise he's walking towards the water, which I've no idea why he'd be doing that, and he's got a putter in his hand, so the chances are very good that is Rory's second shot, but that is a long, long birdie putt, at least 60, 65 feet with a couple of, dodgy breaks in as well, so that will not be an easy 2-putt for McIlroy.
It's Kim who is just off the green, and Burns who is, when you look at the scores of this group, is the golfer who's having the best day so far at 4 under, who has landed it dead centre 15 to 20 feet from the pin.
Just a quick chat to Trish here actually, Mark, just a sort of technical one. It says we're watching these players all the time trying to hit these pitches from the right of the green, from down below the green and up onto the putting surface and towards Rays Creek, and people who know their Masters will know this is Larry Mize country, from a little bit further away than Tom Kim is now. Famously hold a chip in a playoff in the 1987 Masters to break Greg Norman's heart, who was in contention for the green jacket that year. What about this shot, Trish? What's the difficulty of this for these players?
Well, the difference with the shot with Larry Mize and this shot is the pin was way further left for Larry Mize, so he could play the chip and run shot and he'd have no problem with that right-hand bunker. It's difficult to see quite from the angle that we're at, but from where I think he's got a problem here, because I don't think he can go straight over the bunker. He can't get it. If he goes straight over the bunker, he's playing the real high tariff shot. It's got to catch it perfectly, and even if he gets it right, it's still going to go probably about 10 foot past. The sensible shot, and I'm not sure which one he's trying to play at the moment, he's just thinking, is probably just to take the bunker out of play and just pitch it on the left-hand edge. Is he going to do that? Yeah, I think if he gets this within 8 feet, this is a fantastic shot. It's just such high tariff.
Really hope for entertainment value he's not going to play the sensible one. He's got that big white pillow of a bunker to his right-hand side, flicks his head to the left once, then throws it relatively low, bounces twice. He's looking for the check. It tries to skid to a hold, and it's about 8 feet.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit further than that. I think that, in all honesty, that's as good as he can do. He's played the one that comes in low, and he's hoping it skids straight away, but the skid has taken it probably 8 foot, and then it's just checked up. But he's probably got the best part of 15 feet for his par there.
Up ahead in the distance, Sam Bennett has his putt from 35, 40 feet down from the top left of the green down towards the flag. Trish has got her binoculars.
Yeah, looks like he's chipped it actually, and he's left it about 6 or 7 feet short, so he's going to have a really tricky putt because it's going to be downhill and slightly left to right, and it's not a putt that he can hit particularly hard, because if he does miss it, he's got 6 foot coming back.
Okay, you keep your binoculars on them up there, because it might be Scheffler. Oh no, it looks like it's Max Homa next, so you can put your binoculars down because we're not as bothered about him. And Rory's got this one, so use your expert judgment on this one as Ali calls this ball towards the hole.
So Rory McIlroy, 9th attempt at the career Grand Slam this year. It's not quite started the way he wanted, but he said reset on the 10th tee, let's go again, and he promptly birdied the 10th. I would say this is about 3 cricket pitches of length putt right up the 11th green, for what would be an absolutely outrageous birdie if he makes it. It is on its way from Rory McIlroy. That is going to come up well short of the hole. So a real challenge now for Rory McIlroy to try and save par on the 11th. He's level at the moment, and that's 7 shots off the lead.
Yes, a very, very strange putt. I mean, that's not just a poor putt, it's a shocker. I mean, it's at least 10 to 15 feet short of the hole. I just got it totally and utterly wrong, and that is a really difficult. It's going to break it right to left. Yeah, after you make birdie on 10, and which is we all know how hard that hole is. All you got to do on 11 is make par, and if he drops one back here, that's a real kick in the guts.
Sam Burns has this for bird.
Yeah, Sam Burns, who of course is the recently crowned World Match Play champion, 4 under par for the Masters. This looks good. It's just turning left, just missing to the left-hand side, just glides by. You could see beautifully from our commentary position here, it just turning away in the last couple of feet towards the hole. Should that tap that in and make his par away in the distance on the green of the par 3 12th, where the players are always in wonderful isolation. Max Homa has putted, didn't make the birdie, popped it in for par. Scotty Scheffler, having dropped one on the 11th, is now lining up his birdie putt on the par 3 12th, and then it will be Sam Bennett. Scheffler at 2 under, Bennett at 4 under par, having chipped from the back of that 12th green, and he still has a little bit of work to do to tidy up for his par. So can Scheffler make the birdie? A little bit of movement in the grandstand around us here, and it's filling up as well. Last few groups coming through Amen Corner on the first day of this Masters. Again, relying on Trish with the binoculars here. I can see Scheffler's little ball across the putting surface. It goes. He's not made it.
No, he moved. He literally hit the ball and he was up out of it. And that's always a sign that you missed it right. Left to right putt, just didn't give it anywhere near enough borrow.
Rory.
Yeah, Rory, what do we say? Maybe 10 feet or so, maybe a little bit more. 11th green to try and save his par after the birdie on the 10th. Can he do it? No, he can't. He can't. It's just missed to the left-hand side. That's a really frustrating 3-putt bogey for Rory McIlroy on the 11th. The thing is with our commentary position here, Mark, is we don't actually see exactly where he was with the tee shot and what caused him to end up where he was with the second shot, because it did make the 2-putt pretty tricky for him there. He's not managed it, and he drops back to 1 over par. I think Ian's got Brooks Koepka in his sights.
Yeah, fantastic second shot into the 18th from 149 yards out for the 4 times major champion, and he's going to have a birdie chance that would take him into a share of the lead with Victor Hovland and Jon Rahm. John.
Jason Day, the revitalised Jason Day, now back up to 35 in the world. He's 3 under par, the Australian, and he has hit his second shot here at the par 5 15th over the back of the green, but just over the back of the green, and he's chipping now from there, and you have to be ever so careful with the hole cut down towards the front of the green, and actually he's left himself probably 14 feet with a downhill putt for birdie.
Yeah, a little too careful there. Obviously past the hole, it can trundle down and go into the water, but he was a little too careful. The ball had too much check as it hit its second bounce, and it slowed down, and he's left himself a tricky downhill slick putt for 4 after going for this green in 2. He'd be disappointed.
Yeah, he was remember at the start of his career when he first started playing majors, in fact the very first time he came here he was in contention and very nearly won it, and he's had injuries, he's remodeled his swing now, and he's got his touch back, and he's had a very, very good year so far, as Ian, you were mentioning earlier. Jason Day, though, with a birdie putt to come here on the 15th, and he's currently 3 under.
Here on the 12th, the Rory McIlroy group just approaching the tee, and we're waiting for the final group of the day to come down, 11 as well, and all 3 players are under par in the final group. Tony Finau and Tommy Fleetwood both on 1 under, and Jordan Spieth is there very quietly gone onto that big white leaderboard in front of us at 4 under and just going about his business. Lots of attention on plenty of others today. Jordan Spieth bringing up the rear of this field, and he is on 4 under. Bennett got his par, Scheffler got his par, McIlroy got a bogey, and Burns got his par, just to tidy up what was going on both the 11th and the 12th green at the same time. He'll be he'll be annoyed, will Rory, won't he? Because that first putt was a good 15 to 18 feet short.
Yeah, he'll be livid, absolutely livid. As soon as you've made a birdie of the previous hole, all you got to do, he knows what he's. But Alistair's right. We have no context. We're not sure why he ended up so far short. I mean, the putt, the 3-putt is not great. It wasn't the putt that's the problem. It's the approach shot. Leaving yourself 60 feet, you're probably going to 3-putt. 3 out of 7 maybe. But interesting just how. This is the group on the golf course, because there's only one person out here that's allowed to walk inside the ropes, and that's Dottie Pepper, and she works for CBS, and she is literally no Sky report. Nobody else is allowed inside the ropes, but there she is in her multicoloured ensemble, I would say. And the reason I know her so well is because I played her 1, 2, 3, 4 times in Solheim Cups. She whipped me every single time. But you know what? She was such a good mate. She always used to shake my hand and say, "Oh, sorry, mate." That made it so much better.
Go and say hello to her now. See if you can get inside the ropes with Dottie for tomorrow.
I think a green jacket might pick me up by the scruff of my neck.
Right, so Rory McIlroy is patiently waiting. He's 1 over for the Masters. That is 8 shots off the lead. So much hope and expectation for him coming into this Masters. 2 groups now remaining to play this par 3 12th, and this is the penultimate one. And Tom Kim will go first. Made a good up and down on the 11th to keep himself at 2 under par, and the warm applause tells you as well. Pretty much pin high, and he's played to the left of the flag, safely on the putting surface for Tom Kim. And Sam Burns is next to go. So Spieth 4 under, Fleetwood 1 under, Finau 1 under. The first of their balls from that group has arrived just to the right and short of the 11th green, and I heard a few moans and groans.
So did I, but I didn't see anything. But no, not sure, unless something went up on the leaderboard that we didn't see, and a player's dropped a shot further up the course. Let's see what Sam Burns can do. He's going great guns at the moment. Tee shot on its way on the par 3 12th. Looks good. Here's Ian.
Brooks Koepka, this for a share of the lead, and in it goes. It was a brilliant approach shot from the 32-year-old, and it's a birdie finish. Indeed, it's 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for Brooks Koepka, and the LIV golfer moves into a share of the lead at 7 under par. He will sign for a superb 65 and move alongside Jon Rahm and Victor Hovland at the top of the leaderboard.
Brooks Koepka, winner on the LIV Tour last week, Orange County, Florida, and now at the top of the leaderboard here at the Masters first round. Rory McIlroy stares anxiously at his tee shot on the par 3 12th. 1 over par for the Masters. Applause from the patrons around him. Trish, what's happened to McIlroy's tee shot? In fact, I can see 3 balls on the green. How close is he?
Yeah, he's about 18 feet away, pin high, but just tugged it a little bit. Disappointing shot, really, with no wind whatsoever. But he's got a couple of holes to come. They're birdie opportunities.
I think, Ali, someone is in the pond here, because we can still only see 2 balls, one just short of the green, and one maybe 25 feet away from the pin, 30 feet. And bearing in mind, it is Jordan Spieth walking towards the pond with his arms outstretched, as in a "what have you done to me" pond kind of gesture. It would look like the former champion, the American, is the one who has gone in the drink.
Yeah, so that really will halt the momentum. So into the water for 2, pitching on for 4. Best he could, well, not best, he could obviously hold the pitch for a 4, but it's a tricky one, coming right across the pond and then trying to get it to skid to a halt at the back of the green. So he's probably hoping to get out of there with just 1 drop shot, which would take him back to 3 under par. I do wish so often, Mark, when we're describing these holes year after year at the Masters, that people could just be here and see what we're witnessing. It's just such an incredible view, and I think particularly on the 12th here at the moment. So we're keeping on our eye on both groups, and Jordan Spieth at the moment has just got his head buried in the old yardage chart. He'll be deep in conversation with Michael Greller about the next shot to come. But the group ahead have made that classic walk. Rory McIlroy leading that group, just sort of with a bouncy stomp onto the 12th green, and they've got that lovely sort of secluded walk off that 12th tee, down a slope, across the lovely lush green fairway, over the sort of green carpeted Hogan Bridge, and then you turn a sharp right and you've got the tall kind of pine trees of Augusta behind you. The azalea's not in full bloom this year, so not quite as colourful as it normally is, but they've just got over there, Trish, they've just got it to themselves. So they've probably got the next sort of 20 minutes or half an hour, having then finishing out on the 12th up to the 13th. Spectators nowhere near them. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, it's quite an extraordinary place to be, really. 1 minute you are literally surrounded by as many patrons as you can possibly see, and then within the split second you walk over that gorgeous bridge, turn right, as you said, Alistair, and then you just have this little area to yourself, and the 12th green is just a wonderful, wonderful sight. And then they go back an extra 35 yards to the 13th tee this year, and an easy-ish tee shot has turned into a bit of a monster this year.
You would... I mean, you don't want to encourage slow play, but you would stay over there for as long as possible, wouldn't you, just to enjoy the serenity
and just the solitude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just wonderful. This is the most amazing part of this golf course. It really is. It's magical.
Jordan Spieth is 4 under, but we would expect him to drop at least a shot here on the 11th in front of us, unless this goes in, Ali.
Well, if this goes in, then we will get the loudest roar of the afternoon at Amen Corner. Spieth is known to be able to produce the magic on occasions. Here we go. So floats the ball high over the pond, lands once, twice, bounces, then checks very quickly. Good shot from Jordan Spieth, but it's still a tester. That's probably, how far is that then, Trish, would you say, from here, looking at our position from the commentary position? Spieth's got that to try and make bogey.
Yes, about 10 feet. I tell you what, he was unlucky there as well. He's hit that one quite low, and he's expecting the first bounce just to, go a little bit further, and it's checked on the first bounce. Absolutely bang on line as well.
Next up is Rory McIlroy away in the distance on the par 3 12th, looking for his birdie, putting across this shallow green, figure of 8 lying on its side as we look at it, ball creeping towards the hole, and McIlroy just gets up and hopes and tries to urge it forward, but you can tell from the lack of applause that hasn't dropped. So McIlroy will walk round and just have a little look, and he's going to step up and just tap this in. So McIlroy comes out of the 12th with a par 3. That was incredibly close to the birdie, but didn't drop. So at the moment for the 11th and 12th, 1 over par, we'll flick our eyes back to Tommy Fleetwood. Seen plenty of him on the practice putting greens so far this week with his caddy Ian Finnis. Golf bag, green and white, casually slung over his giant shoulders away to his right-hand side. Couple of practice swings from Tommy Fleetwood, all in dark blue. Clips the ball neatly off the manicured Augusta turf. Ball is now racing towards the hole, turning from right to left as it does. Looks really well judged for pace, and probably 3 or 4 feet remaining for Tommy Fleetwood to make his par.
Yeah, really well played. Just turned right to left at the end, and probably, as you say, maybe 4 or 5 feet. But it's straight up the hill. So a really good chip from Tommy.
John, who've you got?
We've had Jason Day hit a tee shot, a terrific tee shot at the 16th. Last you heard from us here, Jason Day, who is 3 under, did have a chance for birdie on the 15th, but just left it short and right. Didn't quite give it enough, but his tee shot on 16 is to within a couple of feet, Andrew.
Yeah, beautiful shot, just below the hole, straight in putt, uphill, the one you want. He's looking make some birdies coming in. Still at 3 under, I believe.
Yep, that's right.
Jason Day in good form.
Yep. And Tyrrell Hatton, the Englishman, the world number 17 currently, is just coming down 15 mark. He is 2 under, and he's laid up here at the par 5.
Okay, thank you very much. Still keeping our eyes on 2 different greens here at Amen Corner.
I think that's a Sam Burns birdie attempt coming up away in the distance on the 12th, and he's in the closest of the 3, playing the best golf in the group as well, alongside Rory McIlroy, currently 4 under par and 3 shots off the lead in the first round of the Masters. Tony Finau is currently 6 shots off the lead. Another giant of a man, makes his putter look like a matchstick. It's out at a slightly rakish angle in front of him, towers over the ball, again just settles the feet and sends the putt on its way for a birdie on the 11th green. Makes that turn from right to left, but doesn't drop for Tony Finau. So what about in the distance? I think Sam Burns has had his putt, didn't make the birdie, taps in for par, Trish, and remains at 4 under par.
Yeah, another one, straight putt up the hill, just came out of it early. He knew he's missed it to the right. I find this is fascinating. I mean, these guys have played this hole a billion times. Let's be honest, they know this green absolutely like the back of their hand. And we've not seen one single player get the ball far enough out right, even from the left-hand side or the right-hand side, to give it any chance of going in on the high side. It's extraordinary.
Scheffler's putt didn't have enough gas. That was the one, wasn't it, that was online and potentially threatening.
Yeah, really. I mean, and I'm not just. It's not just a tiny bit. I mean, they are literally kind of under-reading it by literally a foot and a half. I mean, it's.
But if they're all doing it, what does that tell us?
They're all stupid.
Well, ask a stupid question, I suppose.
Jordan Spieth.
Oh.
No, I think it's the pace of the greens. I think the pace of the greens is just catching them out. They think they're quicker than they are.
Jordan Spieth then, that's how tricky Augusta is, and this is for bogey, doesn't want to drop 2. That looks good, that's really good from Jordan Spieth. That's exactly what we were just talking about. Read it beautifully, judged it perfectly, drops it into the bottom of the hole, made the mistake with the second shot and found the water, but he's reduced the damage to 1 drop shot, so he drops back to 3 under par.
He's got out of there well, hasn't he? If you actually look, he went in the water, but Scheffler and McIlroy were both on the green, and yet they both, well, Scheffler might not have been, actually, I can't quite remember, but McIlroy 3 putts, Scheffler 3 putted, Scheffler 3 putted, so they've all walked off with a bogey.
Yeah, and yet he's walked off and he's feeling $1 million because sometimes a bogey, very rarely, but every now and again a bogey can be the best feeling in the world, and he's picked a shot up there.
It's the last group out on the golf course. In the shadows of the tall trees is Tommy Fleetwood. That's a good par from him. Nice finish off. The pitch onto the green was pretty much perfect from a few feet out. He's knocked that into the bottom of the cup, so all the practice we've seen him doing on the putting green has paid off there, and Tony Finau will be last to putt, and then they will make their way up this gentle slope towards the stage of the 12th tee and the par 3, and maybe we'll have a little chat depending on what's going on elsewhere around the golf course. After Finau taps in for par and remains at 1 under par, about that drive on the 13th that comes after the 12th mark, and how that whole Azalea has changed this year.
Well, let me give you the wow, and listen, if you've been with us all the way through the evening, you will know the differing noises when people have arrived on the tee at the 12th. Very understated for some, silent for others. That was Jordan Spieth arriving on the tee. And Tommy Fleetwood now joins us. There's a big, decent round of applause for Tommy. Spieth arriving on the tee was one of the loudest we've had.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I mean, he's just dropped 1 to go to 3 under par. He's in a good frame of mind, though. He's coming on that tee bouncing because he's just got up and down from a really dodgy position. But no doubt about it, that's a sort of noise that we've been expecting most of the day, and it's the first time we've heard it, really.
7 under Rahm, 7 under Hovland, 7 under Koepka. All their rounds are finished. Cam Young is on 5 under, also in the clubhouse. On 4 under in the clubhouse, Xander Schauffele and Adam Scott. But on 4 under out on the course, a couple of the 2 Sams, Sam Bennett, the US Amateur Champion, and Sam Burns. John Murray.
Watching a Jason away in the distance on the 16th green, and his tee shot, Andrew McGee, to within a couple of feet. That's all. He should roll this in very nicely to go to 4 under.
Well, I believe he probably still has a little bit of 15, the par he made on this par 5 named Firethorn. He is now over this putt on 16 below the hole. Desperately needs to make this, keep the momentum, get the momentum back. Let's see, he's over it. Putter is going back. The ball is on its way, and he swished it in the middle.
Just dropped in very nicely for Jason Day. It's all about the tee shot there. 35 years old he is now. It's actually 2015, believe it or not, that he won his PGA Championship. Where have those years gone? 8 years ago. But now back in the game, as they say, Mark, and he is 4 under, 3 shots off the leaders, the joint leaders.
Tommy Fleetwood safely on the dance floor.
Yeah, I mean that's the riskier tee shot in a way, Mark. You know, certainly on Sunday we always talk about sort of not attacking that right hand side of the green unless you're really chasing, but plenty on that from Tommy Fleetwood. So he's got a birdie putt to come on the 12th green. Jason Day, actually, just mention of him reminds me of one of the great Masters finishes back in 2011, which was his very first Masters, the one Charles Schwartzel won by birdieing the last 4 holes, the one we thought Rory McIlroy was going to win all the way back in the day and shot 80 in the final round. But Jason Day was right in the mix at the end of that one. Tony Finau is waiting to play here on the par 3 12th. Sam Bennett in the view of Ian Carter, and Mark Chapman's giving it a big old way hey, because I think Tony Finau has pulled that away to the left-hand side. Yes, he's gone long and he's missed the 12th green back left. Ian.
Sam Bennett from the bunker at the back of the 13th. This is his 3rd shot. Very aggressive play with his 2nd shot. We wondered if players would go for the green in 2, and then he plays a delicate bunker shot, and the ball taking the slope, running beyond the hole, and still going, still going, still going. And he's played it an unorthodox way, has Sam Bennett, but he's got a birdie chance to come from around about 12, 13 feet. And I should tell you, Mark, Justin Rose eagled that 13th hole after birdieing the 12th, so he's got it to 2 under par.
A similar question to you then, Ian, that I asked John about 15, and you can give it me in a fraction if you want, or a percentage. What proportion of players have gone for 13? Have tried to take on 13 in 2, because we thought that by moving it back it might, mean that players don't want to take that risk as much and would rather lay up and be on the green in 3.
Yeah, and the players, that was the message from the players in the build-up to the tournament, that it would be much less likely they'd go for the green in 2. But what we found, and it must be the prevailing conditions, the warmth in the air and so on and so forth, that if you've hit a good tee shot, then they're taking it on and they're going for the green in 2. Victor Hovland kind of set that trend in motion, certainly for the afternoon that we've been watching, and many have gone for it in 2. And I'm pretty certain that Rory McIlroy will be going for it in 2, because I can see his tee shot. He has drawn it around the corner and is slap bang in the middle of the 13th fairway.
And Andrew McGee, that's what we want, isn't it? I mean, last year at 15, it took out the sort of risk and reward, really. The majority of players did lay up on 15. We worried about the same for 13. Look, the committees here at Augusta National don't want their course to be torn up by these guys and, scores like the one with which Dustin Johnson won a couple of years ago. But at the same time, you want some risk and reward out on your golf course. You don't want it to be safe.
Well, we want eagles. We want the crowd to get into it. We want the roars, and the loudest roars usually come from 15 right in front of us. And as long as I've been standing here, it's usually about 1 out of the 3 players go for it, which we saw here, and Joaquin Niemann hit it in the water and made a bogey. But 15 is usually the place where the big stuff happens, and it's just not happening. Last year it was into the wind all 4 days, and guys really had no chance with the new back tee into the wind. It was just no chance.
But just to let you know, Max Homa went for the green in 2, and he has putted up and tapped in for his par 4, his birdie 4. What we really want is them to have to make a decision, to take it on, for there to be a bit of a risk, but the reward, as you say, of successfully executing and taking the brave decision. Bennett went for the green. He went through the back into the bunker. He's played his bunker shot, and now he's got this 16-footer for birdie. This for the young amateur to move to 5 under par. Sends it forward. Looks very good, but just shaves the left edge. And the 23-year-old from Madisonville in Texas will tap in for his par 5. He went for it, but he couldn't capitalise, and so he remains at 4 under par. But a remarkable Masters debut so far for the US Amateur Champion.
Just on that par 5 13th, Mark, I mean, you've said it and Ian have both said it, risk, reward. We do want the eagles, we do want the roars, but I think they felt that par 5 13th, what they didn't want was the players having it too easy and being able to come in with sort of 7-iron or whatever it is. Now that tee's gone 35 yards back. You've got to do what Rory McIlroy's done. If you're a right-hander, you've got to hit a big slinging drive. You've got to hit the driver. A lot of the players, I don't know a lot of the players, but some of the players don't like hitting that big right to left. I saw
Ali,
Dustin
I'm just going to jump in, Ali, because Scotty Scheffler went for it in 2, and he's got a really good eagle chance here, only 11 feet, but the story of his round, because he misses again, left edge of the hole, and he's standing there, and he's got his chin resting on his left hand, and he's just, his face is like thunder.
He's angry
be a birdie.
He was angry on 12. He was. I did wonder whether it was a little bit sort of pantomime for effect, but Trish was like, he won't do that. He won't do that.
And the frustration is with the putter. I've watched his whole round, and he's just tapped in there for a birdie, but he knows that was a really good eagle chance, and he's carved out opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, and he's not taken very many of them. He does tap that in for a birdie, and that gets him back to 3 under par.
Mind you, if he birdies 15 and picks one more up on the on the stretch, he's going to be 2 off the lead, isn't he?
Exactly. So, it's and it just shows you why you have to remain patient on this golf course, because the opportunities come, and if you can pick up your birdies on your par 5s, then that makes it a par 68, doesn't it, without doing anything overly remarkable.
Patience may be one of several reasons why I'm not a very good golfer, Ali.
Jordan Spieth putting for birdie. No one here to see it. Everyone's cleared out of the grandstand behind the 12th tee. Jordan Spieth hasn't made it. Let's hope he taps that in for par. He'll remain at 3 under par, just to continue. Well, no, go on.
No, I was
to continue my discourse on the 13th. The danger, obviously, if you get that drive wrong right to left, Rays Creek running down the left-hand side, trees, trouble and whatever. But then also it's that second shot, Mark, that second shot from further away, say with a long iron or a rescue club. If you go back to the Masters, for example, one of the classic shots of all time, Nick Faldo, 1996, when he was hunting Greg Norman down, he deliberated for ages about 5-wood 2-iron, 5-wood 2-iron. Do I take it on? Do I take the risk? He took the risk. I think he went with the iron in the end, long iron, which he a fabulous shot into the green. That's the excitement of it. That's what we want to see the players do. Be challenged, take the risk, and on Sunday, if they're a couple of shots back, they're going to have to take the risk if they want to win the Masters.
Fleetwood's just missed his birdie opportunity up ahead. Just a thought on the Spieth putt, Trish?
Yeah, and he's just got it's only a couple of feet for his par. But just going back to what Ali said about 13, I think the interesting thing, I was reading Dustin Johnson's notes yesterday in his press conference, and he doesn't like hitting the ball right to left. He's no interest, and he basically said, I should be playing it as a par 5 3-shotter unless I absolutely need to come Sunday. So I think there will be a lot of players, a lot of these guys that hit it so far, they don't like seeing the right to left shot. Rory is one of the exceptions. He absolutely loves it. So this is right up his street. So it's a big advantage to him, if you like, and John Rahm as well. But John Rahm can hit it both ways.
I want to come back to you just on the right to left after Ian, who's watching Sam Burns on what, 13?
On 13, and he'd driven it through the fairway onto the pine straw. He was 224 yards out, and he has just smashed a long iron onto the front edge of the green from not even the middle of the fairway. Rory McIlroy will have a second shot, and here it is now. We can see it from 196 yards out. So that for Rory McIlroy, he's choking down, maybe I'm guessing here, maybe on a 7-iron, something like that, and he sends it on his way, and one hand comes off the club straight away. He looks very anxious here because it's gone left and it's found the bunker to the left of the green, the second of the ring of 4 bunkers that go round that 13th green. So more frustration from McIlroy, unable to capitalise on a brilliant drive.
Why don't the majority of them like right to left, Trish?
Because they have such huge swing speeds, and because right to left is, it's sort of the maximum distance, if you like. A lot of the guys just like to hit, and if you get it it bounces more. When it's coming down, it's gone that right to left spin, it's bouncing, it's got a lot more.
Because it'll have top spin on it.
It'll have top spin on it, and the left to right one hopefully should be. And you've got to remember, these guys are hitting up to 120 mile an hour sort of swing speed, and bigger in some cases. A left to right shot is coming, especially a higher left to right shot, is coming down softer. So anything offline gives them way more chance of being still in play.
It's like the Jimmy Anderson outswinger.
Yes, very, very true. They've all tied it up on the 12th.
Yes, they have. Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood's the last to disappear. And this is the thing, okay? So, this grandstand is cleared out, but whereas previously, like last year from our commentary position, we would watch the players come off the back of the 12th green, make a slight climb, and then arrive on the flat sort of teeing off area of the 13th. Now, it's sort of 20, 30 yards further back, they disappear, and they've got that tee shot to go and hit.
Okay, so everything is tidied up round Amen Corner, so I shall make a move and head to 17 to join Kat and leave you in the capable hands, as long as it doesn't involve headphones, of John Murray.
Yes, we've got Justin and Dustin have arrived with us at 15, so the Dustin Johnson, who is level par, Justin Rose, who's 2 under, and also the Canadian Corey Connors, winner of the Texas Open last weekend, who's also, like Justin Rose, 2 under par for the tournament. But Andrew McGee, Justin Rose has left himself a very difficult shot off the right side of the 15th green.
Yeah, all 3 players gave this one a go in 2, and Justin Rose has fanned his ball well right where the spectators walk. So this lie is probably mushy and it's very narrow. Big swing, lifts it high up in the air, doesn't carry the bunker, plugs in maybe the front of that bunker. But to add on to what you were just talking about, as Lee Trevino once said, you can talk to a fade, but a hook won't listen.
So Justin Rose has dumped it in the bunker. So he's there in 3, and he's got to get up and down, and he's got very little green to play with, and the slope there, as we know, is devilishly difficult. So he's got that to face him. But meanwhile, Dustin Johnson is off the back of the green, as is Corey Connors, both in 2.
Yeah, Dustin Johnson with his putter in hand, just 3 feet off the putting surface. Corey Connors, the big hitting Corey Connors, has hit it 10 yards over the green, so he must pitch this with, let's say, a 60-degree wedge. It should land on the green, it should skip a couple times and then release down to the hole. Let's see how much courage he can show us right here with this, with the water looming in the turtle marks, and just watching the turtles. I love watching the turtles every year. I wonder if they're the same ones year over year.
It's a Masters tradition, the turtles. But Connors has always put too much on that. Andrew's already called it. It's rolled off the green, the front of the green, down the slope, and in amongst the turtles.
I believe he sculled that ball, because it never really got up in the air, and it just took off right away. He never made good contact.
Okay, more from 15 here in a moment. But Kat, you have Jason Day in your sights.
I do. He's emerged up the hill. You see these balls arriving on that plateau right at the top of this steep hill at 17, and you have to spend some time trying to work out who's hit what. Jason Day right in the centre of the 17th fairway, slightly over to the left-hand side, and he's hit a beautiful approach shot in, flying these 2 enormous gaping bunkers at the front of the 17th green, which is shaped a little bit like a map of Australia and slopes so steeply from front to back. And the pin at the moment is cut somewhere around Alice Springs, if you're thinking about the map of Australia. And he's currently standing, Jason Day, in a deep conversation with Zach Johnson, having walked onto the green that resembles the map of his home country. And Sargent, the amateur, the youngster, is having a good look at this long putt for him, Gordon Sargent, the 19-year-old from Birmingham, Alabama, the first freshman in 16 years to win the NCAA championship, and winners of that, of course, some illustrious names on that list: Jack Nicklaus, Ben Crenshaw, Phil Mickelson, Tiger Woods, Max Homer, Bryson DeChambeau, and Gordon Sargent added his name to that list this year as well. He's a very slight build in a light pink t-shirt. Zach Johnson just to the left of him. He's looking at about 10-15 feet for birdie, the 2007 Masters winner. He's down on his haunches having a good look as well. And Jason Day just pacing around in North Queensland at the moment, the Australian, if we're sticking with the analogy, and having a good chat with his caddy as well. But first to putt will be Gordon Sargent, the 19-year-old, as I say, from Vanderbilt University, who absolutely blazed a trail in the collegiate golf system. A really huge putt this for him. He's just stepped off it again, wants to have another look, calling his caddy over to take a second glance, and I'll let you know how this enormous putt goes for him. He's currently on 5 over par, so not been the best day for him. I'll keep you updated, Ian.
Well, I'm watching Max Homer, who's at 1 over par. The notable thing about him, though, is that walking up the 14th, that's the sound of him playing his second shot, but walking up the 14th, like Rory McIlroy did on the 9th, he had the earbud in, and he was talking to the American television commentators on the way up. He's just pulled that second shot a fraction left of the green. It was okay for length. Now we can go back to the 13th. Here's McIlroy, third shot on the par 5. Again, the hand comes off the club. It's from the bunker, and well, he got very, very tentative with that. Only just came out, and now he's left himself a really slippery 30-footer down the slope to try and make his birdie. Cat.
Jason Day down on his haunches, 4 under par, 3 shots off the lead. The Australian, the former world number 1, who started this year at 112 in the world, now up to number 33. That just gives you some sense of the form that the Australian has rediscovered after years struggling with injuries and having to take plenty of time out of the game to recover from those, and really finding himself in the golfing doldrums. But now here he is back at the Masters, 3 shots off the lead, and this birdie putt up the slope on 17 14 to move within 2 shots off the lead. Grey t-shirt clinging to the shoulder muscles across his back in this cloying heat. Sandy coloured trousers, widening his stance about 10-12 feet up the hill, so an easier putt than having to slide it down this treacherous slope. Up it comes, nice firm wrap from Jason Day, up towards the hole and in, and it's a birdie for the Australian on the 17th. Jason Day moves to within 2 of the lead, and he will head to the 18th on 5 under par, Ian.
Lovely shot in from Scotty Scheffler to the 14th as we now head back to the 13th, and curving monstrous eagle attempt for Sam Burns from the left edge of the green with the flag very close to the right side of the green, but he's judged this beautifully, and the ball turning down the hill towards the hole and coming to rest within 6 feet, and a little touch of the knuckles with Tom Kim as that acknowledgement of a fine putt was came from his playing partner. John.
Oh, really, from hitting your spot.
Lovely shot from Justin Rose from out of the bunker, splashed it out. Remember, we told you how he didn't have a great deal of green to play with, and that slope there as well, but he just comes out now having splashed it to within a couple of inches, taps it in, and that's a par 5. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, a touch of class, no finish to at all. He just 1 foot out of the bunker and it rolled all the way up and almost ducked into the left side. Good save, par 5.
Yep, so Justin Rose remains 2 under. Corey Connors, though, having gone in the water, he's looking at a double bogey 7 that would take him back to level par, and Dustin Johnson has left himself a really tricky one for his birdie from round about 10 feet down the slope, but more on that to come.
So Max Homa has continued his interview all the way up the 14th, and he will be putting from just off the left edge, playing in the company of the defending champion Scotty Scheffler, who, as I told you, found the green successfully with his second shot. And the third man of this group, Sam Bennett, the US amateur champion, he too has found the green in 2 as well. I think that Homa is possibly still doing the interview. He's walking around repairing a couple of pitch marks as well, but the TV cameras are lingering on him, and he's actually chatting away. I don't know if we can hear him.
I think it's us. That was fine, thank you.
There he goes. So you heard him saying, I think it's us.
Is it fast the whole way, or is it just that? Okay.
So you're hearing his conversation with his caddy here, Max Homa. As I say, he's got the earbud in, and we're eavesdropping on the world number 5 here as he surveys a birdie putt from just off the green, and he's doing the old aim point thing of just straddling the line.
Other than the very beginning.
And he's just
yeah, I mean, oh, goodness. It's almost like you can't miss it too high, huh? My start line is here with like just dead weight.
So he's looking way to the right of the hole, and he's just pointed to a spot where he's suggested to Joe Greiner, his caddy, that that's where the ball needs to stop. He's got a big ZZ Top style beard. For those of a certain age, you'll be able to picture that as he comes back.
Okay.
And Homer will hopefully be putting very shortly. But let's check in on Jason Day with you, Kat.
Yeah, he's just waving his driver wildly in the air as he tries to unstick the claggy t-shirt from his shoulders. The sweat you can see forcing the material back against his skin, and he was just kind of shuffling his shoulders to give himself a bit more swing room here. One last pull of the sleeve, and the white glove now resting on his thighs. He lines up this one, standing a few feet behind the ball and slowly approaching it now, sliding that giant head of the driver behind it, the Australian, the former world number 1. And a couple of twitches of the club head as he settles over this one. Birdie on the 17th for Jason Day. He's now on 5 under par. And let's see where this goes. Big swing of the driver, flying past me here in the stand on the 17th. This one is leaking out left, well left, and there are 2 enormous bunkers in the elbow of that 18th fairway as it dog legs round to the right-hand side. So Jason Day will be well down the left. Whether he's in one of those bunkers, I can't quite see, but we'll keep you updated. Ian.
Rory McIlroy with his putt down the slope on the 13th. Unlikely birdie chance, but very nicely judged. And that ball going into the edge of the hole, and he will tap in for his par 5. Jordan Spieth just found trouble in the trees off the tee at the 13th, and now Sam Bennett looking for his birdie at the 14th. Max Homa missed his attempt from just off the green, but you heard him describing the lines that he was going to take. He hit it left of where he said he was going to hit it, and the ball finished to the left of the hole. So I think the read was right, the execution wasn't, but he should make his par 4, which will keep him at 1 over par. Here's Bennett then, and this one is from around about 20 to 25 feet. Sends it on its way, exaggerated rock of the shoulders, and he too is foxed by the borrow, and the ball finishing on the low side, and he fishes out the marker to mark that, but it's a very short putt for his par. As we now go back to 13, Tom Kim, after a brilliant approach in, and he's just got 10 feet here for eagle that would take him to 4 under par. The 20-year-old from Korea sends it forward and in with the final revolution into the middle of the cup, and that's an eagle 3. Opened up with 2 birdies. It's been par golf thereafter, now an eagle at 13, and Kim finds himself at 4 under par now. So that looks good for him. We're just having a look back at Jason Day now, so let me give you the leaderboard as it stands, because we have a 3-way tie of the 87th Masters on this opening day, and what a leaderboard it is. Victor Hovland, John Rahm and Brooks Koepka all round in 7 under par, 65s. They're 2 shots clear of Cameron Young, who is at 5 under par. Here's Scotty Scheffler for a birdie that would get him to 4 under par, curling it round from right to left on the 14th green, but the ball won't drop. Another resigned shake of the head, and the languid-featured Scotty Scheffler still has a face like thunder. He's so frustrated on the greens today, but he's still in good shape at 3 under par. Jason Day playing at 18 at 5 under par. Shane Lowry in the clubhouse at 4 under par. Xander Schauffele, the Olympic champion, on that mark. Adam Scott, the champion 10 years ago, is also at 4 under, as is Gary Woodland, who played with Koepka today, round in a 4 under par, 68. And now, with the earbud still in his right ear, Max Homa is going to hole, you would imagine, this 18-inch putt for par on the 14th. In it goes, so he's talked the American TV audience all the way through this hole. It's resulted in a par 4, and he remains at 1 over par as we go to Mark.
Thank you, guys.
They're still talking to him, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just doing the thank yous now. Amazing, the developments. I mean, you know, it's.
So are they planning to do like a couple of players a day? Is that what we're thinking?
You can only imagine that. Sam Burns missing his short birdie putt on 13. That is the policy. But I think this is part of what is an accelerated evolution in the game, I would say, rather than revolution. But people like Rory McIlroy have been sitting around meeting rooms, certainly on the PGA Tour, and saying, look, we've got to move with the times. We are in competition, not just with other sports, but with all sorts of different forms of life. And if we're going to remain relevant, we can't be stuck in our ways. So I think it's significant that someone like McIlroy, who sits on the board of the PGA Tour, has done this. Max Homa, who sits on the Player Advisory Council on the PGA Tour, they've done it. They're laying down an example to say to the other players, look, you've got to buy into this. You've got to be more accessible. So I think it's a fascinating development.
What it also does for an audience is it makes them more recognisable. I mean, the number of times, not necessarily you, Ian, because you are the golf correspondent and you are week in, week out with these guys, but for a lot of people who dip in and out of golf, watch the majors, there is an element, if you take sort of the big 4 or 5 out, of going, well, who's that? Well, who's that? Who's that? And actually, because, you know, under a cap and maybe with glasses on, and the outfits in the main are fairly similar as well, you need to somehow, for these guys, they need to stand out, and actually maybe by doing an in-course interview on a hole, they stand out.
You're 100% correct. You're absolutely right. It's all about personality, and we see it. We see it in all sports, and one way or another, those sports find a way to give the athletes that sense of personality. And it might be purely in the action that they do. It might be the way that they celebrate a goal or a try, or it might be the in-course. I mean, let's face it, we listen to the radio to Formula One drivers who are pinging around tracks at 200 miles an hour. So a golfer walking around a golf course, it shouldn't be that difficult. Having said that, it is such a mental game. You have to be so careful with what you say to these players as they're walking up, because any caddy will tell you, and I'm sure Trish and Andrew can attest to this, if you say the wrong thing to a player at the wrong time, that can have a massive impact, can't it, on what happens.
Which is why it's important that there is an Immelman or an equivalent who has played the sport to guide people through that, so that they aren't going to go, what on earth were you thinking by doing this? I mean, it is more a simple.
Absolutely.
How did you play that hole?
Yeah, and you've got to know what you can ask and what a player is going to be happy talking about. But you've also got to be very careful that you don't just say, for example, when McIlroy was coming up the 9th and looking at that putt, if Immelman said, oh, we've been watching this putt all day and everyone's been leaving it short, then that could have a material effect on the whole tournament. And you know, a player will know that, and an experienced golf commentator will know that. But these are the kind of implications that are at play as far as this is all concerned. While I've been chatting away, by the way, Jordan Spieth has gone from the pine needles to the right of 13 off the tee with his second shot into Rays Creek, into the water in front of the green on that par 5.
Just watching a man in front of us who I'd very much like to talk to as he plays a hole. I mean, we'd have to judge that very carefully in Tyrrell Hatton, Kat.
Wait, you might have to provide your reporter with some form of headgear, I think. I just saw him actually toss he was swishing his iron blade as he was walking up, having hit his approach shot. But that was a beautiful birdie putt across the face of the green for Tyrrell Hatton. And do you know what, Mark? We saw him play at the Players. He was runner-up at TPC Sawgrass a few weeks ago, and he had the biggest smile on his face for the first time, really. Tyrrell Hatton, maybe just maybe he's getting a head or some kind of lid on his head. 2 under par at the moment, just tapped in for a par here on the 17th, so he'll stay at 2 under. You know, not out of the conversation, Tyrrell Hatton, 5 off the lead.
Ian, you were going to come in.
Yeah, just to say that Matt Fitzpatrick is putting together a really good day now. He's just tapped in for a birdie at the par 5 15th, and at one stage he was 2 over par. He's now 2 under par, and alongside Justin Rose on that mark. Jordan Spieth at the 13th, having dropped from the creek, has just played a really clumsy pitch into that green and has just run through the back of the green in 4. Burns is on the 14th after squandering that birdie chance on 13. He remains at 4 under par, and he has pitched that one very close to the flag, and it's skipped to the back of the undulating green on 14, as we now see Jason Day 188 yards out on the 18th after pulling his drive into the pine straw, and he's just got a little window between the trees and he's cleared them, and the ball has come out and it's landing just short of the green by around about 10-15 yards, something like that. That was the only angle that he had from that position, but he has now given himself a chance to get up and down to save his par and remain at 5 under. Spieth, meanwhile, 5th shot, chipping from off the back of the 13th, delicately down the slope, too delicately, and the ball comes to rest maybe 5 feet, 4.5 feet from the cup. And Spieth is not happy at all there, because that's going to be a tester for a bogey on that 13th. Here's McIlroy's second shot into the 14th now, and that one flies up towards the pin and then skips on and puts the brakes on and he's got a birdie chance of 15 feet. Rory McIlroy needs to take it, needs a big finish here. Now, driver in hand for the defending champion on the 550-yard par 5 15th, moving this through the air from left to right, Scotty Scheffler, and the ball now landing down the right side of the fairway, just runs into the semi-rough down the right side, and he hands the driver back to Teddy Scott, and suddenly he looks a little happier with life. Tom Kim at the 14th now, putting for his birdie down the slope from right to left, turning towards the hole, looks good, just turns a fraction too much. Beautifully judged putt from the 20-year-old, and he will tap that in to remain at 4 under. Now, can Spieth limit the damage to just one drop shot at 13? The answer to that question is no. The ball dribbles to the right, and it's a double bogey 7 for Jordan Spieth, and that drops him back to 1 under par.
What did he do on that? Sorry, Ian. This is. I'm sure people have been listening to us all evening and don't need a recap. But as I was walking from Amen Corner to join Cal 17, what's happened to him?
He drove into. He dropped a shot, didn't he, in front of your eyes at Amen Corner. I'll just break off because Justin Rose has got a very short birdie putt on the 16th. Brilliant tee shot from Rose, as close as anyone's got one on 16, and the Englishman knocks it in, and what a back nine he's putting together. He's gone birdie eagle, par, now birdie, and that gets him to 3 under par. As for Spieth, he hit into the pine straw down the right hand side, took on the green with the second shot on 13, put it into Rays Creek, dropped out, really clumsy pitch from the drop through the back of the green, didn't get up and down, so double bogey 7. That's why he's back to 1 under par. And I'm going to keep going, Mark. I know I'm just like hogging the microphone.
It's all yours. It's only you, me and Kat at the moment. The rest of them have disappeared.
I know, I don't know what's going on really, but they just sometimes they don't like overtime, do they?
No, I mean, it gets to this point in the afternoon and they all need a drink and an ice cream and lie down.
Anyway, Rory McIlroy's got this birdie chance, and I was saying he really has to take it. It's 15, 16 feet. He can be positive with this one. It's a break from right to left, and he sends it. Now he needs it to turn. It is turning, but it turns too late and finishes behind the hole, which is always frustrating because it means you did judge the line correctly but didn't quite get the right pace. And so it's just a par for Rory McIlroy, and it's still the wrong side of par for him. He's at 1 over par, and his last 4 opening rounds at the Masters, 73, 75, 76, 73, and that kind of frustrating trend feels like it's happening once again as we see Homer with his second shot into 15. Great second shot from Homer. He's going to have an eagle chance for you guys at the 15th mark.
We will see Justin Rose come down 17 shortly, who is 3 under, so what a good few holes he has had. We'll keep an eye on him. Andrew and John have had their little 40 wings and are ready to go again.
We've been servicing 5 live, I'll have you know.
Okay.
So we've now got our eyes on Scotty Scheffler, the defending champion, the world number 1, on the right side of the 15th fairway, the par 5 that slopes all the way down to the water in front of the green, and his approach shot has gone over the green and is rolling down towards those 3 big pine trees that stand at the back.
Yeah, well, right off the tee, that was a big chance. He flew it over the green. It's going to be very difficult up and down for Scotty Scheffler. Fancy enough, his father just walked up here and he had a Scott Scheffler badge on, so I could recognize him right away and shake his hand and say, "I'm from Dallas. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you, sir."
Yes, so Scott Scheffler, father of Scotty, has been up here. He's actually came up to have a little word with Brian, who is one of the American broadcasters to our left-hand side. But other things, Mark, to let you know, I think Ian mentioned, did he, that Justin Rose, after a terrific tee shot at the 16th, birdied that, so he's 3 under. And Matt Fitzpatrick, the US Open champion from Sheffield, has just begun to move in the right direction after a difficult start to his round. He had birdied the 15th. He's 2 under Matt Fitzpatrick, and he has a birdie chance up on the 16th as well. But we're also in this group watching Max Homa and also the amateur Sam Bennett, who is having a terrific day at 4 under par, and he's laid up 40, 50 yards short of the water at 15, the amateur.
Just a bit left off the tee, blocked out by the big pine trees on the left side here at 15. He's laid up to his favorite number, hasn't he, John? Whatever that is. And he has this very difficult downhill lie, trying to get this wedge up high enough to have it stop close to the hole. No one's done it yet. Everybody has been long because you don't want to make a mistake and have it go back into the water. So Sam Bennett, a beautiful day at 4 under par. Only one drop shot as the day. Birdie's the first, eagles the second. What a way to start his first Masters. Now with this very, very difficult shot here on 15. He is over his shot. He's got his perfect yardage his caddy gave him, we hope. And he is going to spin this little wedge right in here. The ball's on its way. I'm going to bet you it's going to be long, John. What do you think? Oh, it's flown 10 yards long and stopped to about 30 feet like everybody else.
Yep, so there he is, the amateur, on his great first day at the Masters. And in the midst of all that, Mark, there was a gasp from up on 16 because Matt Fitzpatrick's birdie putt, I think, hit the flag and stayed out, but he's popped it in. So he remains at 2 under Matt Fitzpatrick.
Andrew, I still cannot get over what Sam Bennett has done. I know this is going to be his career and stuff, but I just think to do that as an amateur at the Masters, to go birdie, eagle, and then another birdie on your front 9, I just think it's sensational.
It sounds like greatness, doesn't it?
It does.
He's got so much to look forward to, and I mean, you winning a U.S. Amateur, that usually tells you he's a really good player, right?
Yes.
But yeah, very, very nervy stuff. He's been fantastic.
I will leave this for Ian if he can hear, if he's listening at the moment. Do you know what the lowest amateur score is at a first round at the Masters? I appreciate not off your top of your head, but if I leave that there,
leave that as a little bit of homework, and I'll. I remember Matt Kuchar having that amazing spell when he made his Masters debut as the US Amateur Champion. I'm just slightly distracted from that mission right now because I can see Justin Rose.
Well, so can we.
Oh, well, you take it away,
Can't we, Kat?
We can, yeah. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing Sam Bennett because I've read so much about his stature. He's apparently quite small, quite unassuming. People would underestimate him when he was at high school and he'd turn up to play basketball and his mum would be like, you just wait. And sure enough, he's just proved to be one of those all-round athletes. Not like, Dustin Johnson, who we can see looming through the pine trees at the moment, that towering kind of 6'2", 6'3" figure. Justin Rose, the slight figure of Justin Rose, really, isn't he? Propped up on the grip of his short iron. He must be about 180 yards from the pin, and he will be looking to pick up another birdie here. Justin Rose, 3 under par, playing alongside Dustin Johnson, the 2020 winner, on level par, and Corey Connors, who won the Texas Valero Open at the weekend, and he has just had to play out of the rough on the right hand side, just scudding the ball through the pine straw, through the rough and out onto the playing surface again. So Corey Connors struggling down the 17th, and it'll be Justin Rose to play now. He's stepping up to the ball, navy blue trousers, light blue shirt, white cap in the distance, and white shoes, just about squinting through the trees. There's a little gap between the branches, and he's thrown one up into the sky where the sun rays are breaking through the grey clouds here at Augusta, and we're searching. It's bounced on the sloping front of the green, put the brakes on, and then the backspin has taken it off the front of the putting surface, and he'll have to maybe just bunt it up onto the putting surface for birdie, but just off the green. That is a makeable birdie, but it's going to be a tricky one up the hill, John.
A shot worthy of the world #1 and defending champion here at the 15th, big Scotty Scheffler, from down next to those 3 pines I was talking about off the back of the 15th green. He went to chip it, Andrew, and
he flopped it up beautifully, landed it on the green. We've seen many, many balls back there, but no one has hit it to 3 feet like Scotty Scheffler. Almost hold it. A sure birdie coming up to get to 4 under par. But first, Sam Bennett for birdie, and then Max Homa with a beautiful second shot with an eagle putt to come.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler just standing off. He walks across the green. He knows that he's got his birdie here. It's almost guaranteed. Navy blue trousers, Augusta green shirt. But it is, as Kat was saying, she's absolutely right. The amateur, Sam Bennett, is very, very boyish in his physical appearance. He is 23, but now he's putting. This is his birdie putt all the way down the 15th green from near the back towards the front, and he's left it to within, what, 12, 18 inches. Excellent.
Just a tap in. It's going to walk up and just tap it in and get out of this 15th with a 5. Not bad for the young man.
Yeah, he must have dreamt of this last night. What am I going to do? What's going to happen to me? US amateur winner, but that's all very well. That's all very well.
You don't think he slept a wink, do you?
He wouldn't have been up in the crow's nest last night, would he? In the clubhouse, where the amateurs, they stay there, don't they? Generally on the Monday night, don't they? When they have the dinner, the amateurs together. And he'll have enjoyed that. And he's got his par 4 at the 15th, and he's just having a look at his par 5 at the 15th. He's just looking across to the 16th. So Sam Bennett 4 under par with 3 holes to play. Max Homa has got an eagle putt to come here, which is makeable. But Ian.
Well, I can tell you that Jason Day has got up and down at the 18th, John, and that means that he's in the clubhouse at 5 under par, in form Aussie, and right in the mix here, just 2 shots off the lead.
Justin Rose and Dustin Johnson, as well as the whole Justin-Dustin confusion from time to time, are dressed particularly closely. Sorry, Corey Connors and Justin Rose are dressed particularly closely. So it was in fact Corey Connors earlier, Kat, who we saw just roll back off the green. Justin Rose has put his to within inches of a possible birdie here on 17. So big opportunity for Rose for a 3 on 17, which will take him to 4 under. John?
Max Homa rolled it in for his eagle, so we've got an eagle for Max Homa. He gave his interview on the course just a few minutes ago to the TV broadcasters. Now he's managed to bag himself some Augusta Crystal, Andrew.
Oh, that's fabulous. He gets 2 goblets. That's going to say Eagle 15 right etched right on the front. I have a couple of those, so I know exactly what they look like.
Yeah, and his caddy came across and he gave him a rub on his chest, as he'd got a little bit of a chesty cough. He rubbed it in, but I think he said to him, we're going to have that crystal, aren't we, on the sideboard when you get home. So he's gone from 1 over to 1 under, and Scotty Scheffler has now got to finish this off after that excellent chip from off the back of the 15th. It did roll on a little way, but a man of Scotty Scheffler's stature under these now overcast skies in Georgia, feet wide apart, rolls it in to for his birdie to go to 4 under par. So he's not had it all his own way, as we've been hearing on the on our coverage today on Sports Extra, but he's there. He's 4 under par, and he's 3 shots off the lead.
How about that? I was watching his father when he was putting, and he had his head down for most of it, and then finally he heard the cheers, and he looked up and he knew his son had made it. So obviously father's a bit superstitious, I'm gathering, but very happy as he's walking off the grandstand.
Yep, Scotty down below and Scott up next to us. So off they come here towards the 16th mark.
We normally get your crystal in a little bit later. We've gone early with your crystal on the first day.
Sorry. I've got a lot of it, okay?
And we saw Crystal as well, didn't we, earlier? Crystal, who looks after us on the buses.
On the buses. We are at 17. Kat was perfectly happy on 17, just bowling along, everything accurate. I arrive and it's caused chaos on the 17th. Let's just clear up what's happening with the Dustin-Justin group.
We've made a bit of a hash of this one, haven't we? Yeah, Mark. So there's 2 similar names, Dustin and Justin, which is confusing enough. Then we've got Corey Connors, who's wearing navy blue trousers and a lighter blue shirt. And so too is Justin Rose. So looking down the fairway in my binoculars, I thought that's Justin Rose hitting into the green, but it wasn't. He was in the rough down the left-hand side. It wasn't Corey Connors hitting out of the rough down the left-hand side. So Justin Rose then floated an absolute beaut into the pin, and just a couple of feet past the pin he's got a tap-in par. We thought that was for birdie, but it isn't. It's actually his 3rd shot in, so now he'll be saving par. Anyway, forget this, let's just move on, let's bring in the next group and put this all behind us?
It will be a par for Justin Rose. He'll remain at 3 under going down the final hole. Ian.
So the leaderboard looks this way. Victor Hovland at the top, 7 under par, alongside Jon Rahm and Brooks Koepka, 2 clear of Young and Day now. John.
Watching behind us, Max Homer, the bearded Max Homer, with his tee shot at 16, and it lands just beyond and to the left of the limp yellow flag at the front of the 16th green, and he's put that to within 8-10 feet in these still conditions now.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier than this at Augusta. Overcast is what the players like. No wind, the players love. And this little short 157-yard par 3 is just made for birdie shooting.
We've got action either side of us here at the top of the grandstand next to the 15th green. So Rory McIlroy is laid up on the 15th. So McIlroy, who is 1 over par. So McIlroy will be playing his 3rd shot presently, but also behind us and down at ground level, Scotty Scheffler is about to play, but McIlroy now plays to the front of the green, and it's spun back, and is it going to hold on there? It can roll down that slope. It does. It hangs on, and he's set himself up an uphill birdie putt of 6 feet.
He took a chance. He went for that shot. He didn't hit it past the hole like many players have. He's got that putt you want, the uphill straight in.
No one else has played that shot that I've seen today. So Scotty Scheffler down. He actually stepped away after the applause for the McIlroy shot, and here he is looking after this. Twiddles his club head. I think that means that he might like it, but it lands up the slope to the right, but will roll back down and try and feed around towards the hole, which it does, but that is still 18 feet.
Yeah, that's plenty past the flag. I wouldn't say that was his best effort. Everybody here on 16 hits it right to the pin, uses the slope to work it down towards the water. But that is a good 20 feet past the hole with a tricky left to right slick one coming down.
So back over to our right, Rory McIlroy and Tom Kim and Sam Burns have all arrived on the green. Sam Burns, by the way, hit a wonderful shot in. And there is Dottie Pepper as well, who we were talking about a little earlier. Trish was talking about Dottie Pepper, so she's arrived as well. And behind us, we've got the amateur, Sam Bennett, who is over his tee shot on the 16th with a 9-iron. First time, pencil-thin waist, as he watches his ball landing just beyond and to the left of the green of the hole, and it is very safely on the green. And there is another excellent shot by the US amateur champion, who will have a chance of a birdie on the 16th green. The opportunity there is right there for him to go to 5 under.
Yeah, that's the pin. Tomorrow is the back right pin. That's the very most tricky pin on this green, which we look forward to, John.
We know very well, don't we, where they're going to put them, the region, the area. But back on 15, so they're all off to the 16th now, the Scotty Scheffler group ahead. But Tom Kim, in that yellow shirt, that pale yellow shirt, just uses the sleeve of it to mop his brow. It's not as humid, it's not as close as it was. And the rain that we had about an hour and a half ago, just little April showers, that has freshened things. And so the weather warning signs are not up on this grandstand anymore, next to where we are. And Tom Kim, 4 under par, bright young thing that he is. He played 9 holes on Monday with Tiger Woods, and Rory McIlroy set that up at the President's Cup when he was quite the wow, wasn't he there? And He's in the sand, he's in the big bunker on the right-hand side, so he's not got a great deal of green to play with here, but out he comes, and he lands it on the fringe, right at the top of the bunker, and it rolls up and then dribbles away to the left and further away, and back down the slope, and the crowd here, the patrons, know that this could gather pace. It does. It gathers pace. Now it rolls off the green, and now it's rolling down towards the water. That's not going to stop, or is it? No, it's in. It drops into the water.
How often do we see a bunker shot go into the water that was on the green? He did not hit it far enough right of that pin and use the slope. Oh my goodness, I don't think I've ever seen a bunker shot on this hole go in the water, and he is just disgusted. Flipping his club around, doesn't know what to do, calling the official over because he doesn't really know where to drop this. I think he can hit it again from the bunker if he wants, which is not the play. Then to go on the other side of the water and have to go back over the water. This is disappointing. They're having a little gathering. The caddy, the official, he's pointing. Now what? Now what do we do? He's thinking. What a terrible feeling.
Well, he actually looked at Rory McIlroy in sort of exasperation, wasn't it, when he walked out to a, sort of an involuntary action there. He stepped out of the bunker and he walked down towards the ball. There's nothing he could do about it. He just had to watch it finish its journey, which it did in the drink. And he looked across to Rory McIlroy and he pointed back up the hole, and then he pointed in the other direction.
Rory
and he's saying,
wanted
what do I
none
do?
of it. He's staying as far away as he can, leaning on his putter. He's walking back across the creek.
So this is on 15, but up ahead, the man in green, Scotty Scheffler, is going for his birdie. This is 18 feet. You can hear the reaction up there. That is not far away, judging by the gasps from the patrons. And Scotty Scheffler puts his hands on his hips and looks at the ground, and I think that backs that up.
How about that? We just kind of dismissed Scotty Scheffler all day, and he's 4 under. He's having a marvelous scoring day, playing about his C game. That's how good this man is. And that looked like that was going to trickle in, but it just blew by the edge.
So that should see him stay at 4 under par. Meanwhile, where is Tom Kim going? Oh, yeah. Yep, he's going to the circle, which is down here, just very close to where you walk across the Saracen Bridge. That light brown stone, very flat bridge, isn't it? It's not a great architectural work, is it, the Saracen Bridge, but it's steeped in history.
Yeah, I mean, if I was his descendants, Saracen's descendant, I would say, look at the Hogan Bridge, look at the Nelson Bridge. They're beautiful, 60-foot spanses. They're just gorgeous. Let's get back to this after we talk to Kat.
Yeah, just made a bit of an involuntary squeak there. 2 major champions, which a little bit like Scheffler, as you were saying, we've been a bit quiet, haven't we? We haven't really spoken about Scheffler all that much. Neither have we spoken much about Matt Fitzpatrick and Colin Morikawa. 2 of them, of course, major champions, were playing with Will Zalatoris, who's had to withdraw from this opening round of the 87th Masters. But Colin Morikawa, well, he overshot the green here on the 17th, left himself with a really tricky chip up the very steep back face of this elevated green. And he had to come up over the ridge of the green onto the putting surface, and then it's like landing it on a tilted coffee table, having to get some form of control and some form of grip, which he absolutely managed. The ball just checked and glided just past the hole, so he'll have a foot or so to tap it up the hill and into the cup to save his par. He will stay on 3 under par. So he'll be, 4 shots back of the lead. And Matt Fitzpatrick now has a look at birdie here. He's down on his haunches in a kind of burgundy wine coloured t-shirt, bright white dazzling trousers that matches the bright white boiler suit of his caddy Billy Foster, who's now in the plank position down on the putting surface here to have a good look at the line of this putt. It's going to come across the green. There is a steep slope from front to back, and this is going to borrow round from left to right as it comes across the green towards the hole. Matt Fitzpatrick down on his haunches once again. Finished in a tie for 14th last year. Morikawa himself, after that moment of glory following Rory McIlroy in from the bunker on 18th, he finished in 5th. So these 2, they should be part of the conversation as we're talking about the closing stages of this competition. Fitzpatrick himself, he's had some big changes in his management. He's gone off the boil somewhat. He's trying to find his way back in after winning that US PGA title at Brookline last year. The putt now on its way. It's curving round, but it's curving a little too much, and it dribbles by on the downhill side. He'll have a little tap in as well for his par, so he'll stay at 2 under par. Morikawa at 3 under par, but both of them definitely not out of contention at the end of this first day, John.
So back at 15-16, up ahead on the 16th green, Sam Bennett, who did have that chance for birdie at the 16th, has holed out for his par 3 to remain at 4 under. And as for Tom Kim, who was playing 5 back at the par 5, he's gone quite a way beyond the hole. It's right out towards the far side of the green, and he'll do well to get down in 2 from there. But before we talk about that, we've got Sam Burns, who's going for eagle after one of the shots of the day in terms of the approaches to the 15th. And here it is now from 14 feet. No, just pulls up short.
Just pulls up. He's not going to be happy with leaving an eagle putt short. Can you believe that? I'm impressed that any caddy would have a yardage from the drop circle. I mean, that is some good homework in the early practice rounds here. Tom Kim's caddy had the exact number. The ball flew by the hole, but then bounced about 15 feet past. As good as you could do in that position. Now, a difficult putt for bogey.
Very, very difficult. I mean, this is 18 feet, probably. Yep, walking all the way across, walking away from it with his feet on either side of the line. The routine that he's familiar with. So Sam Burns, by the way, we should say, with that birdie, that is Sam Burns, one of the form players, winner of the match play recently, where he emerged victorious against Cameron Young in the final, when Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy were down in the what we would call the 3rd place playoff, Andrew. But it is Tom Kim. Just keeping an eye on Scotty Scheffler, who's got to finish off actually up in 16 as some very weak and watery sunshine comes breaking out and the ball drops in. So that is a par 3 for Scheffler to remain at 4 under. And Tom Kim's about to play here for his bogey 6. In fact, he does that now, and it's rolling down towards the hole. If he gets this, he'll have done very well, and he's rolled it by on the right, and that might just keep creeping on. It does by 4 feet. Cat.
Just to update you that Colin Morikawa and Matt Fitzpatrick both did tap in those foot or so putts for par on the 17th, so they stay at 2 and 3 under par respectively. Morikawa with that deliberate backswing now off in the distance on the 18th tee in an apricot print floral shirt. That one flies straight up the avenue, that thin neck of fairway between the pine trees on 18 and up the hill towards the Butler cabin and the clubhouse. Matt Fitzpatrick now just with 2 big swings of the driver. He steps back behind the ball, and he will unleash his final tee shot of the day down 18 as well. The shadows now from the pine trees cast across the tee box as the sun drops below the level of the grey clouds. Up goes the ball from Matt Fitzpatrick, that one flying straight and treble 3 down the centre of the 18th, and Fitzpatrick and Morikawa nearly home, John.
And the applause just dying away here after Rory McIlroy rolled in for his birdie here to get himself back. Big deep breath of relief from him to level par for the tournament. So he's done it, and what a good birdie this was.
Yeah, what is it about even par? It seems like it's like 10 shots better than 1 over. You know, it's just like, I don't want to be over par ever in any round. So now he's got a chance to make a birdie or 2 coming in and get himself in the red.
3 holes to play for Rory McIlroy, and then Tom Kim eventually rolls in, so that is a 7 for Tom Kim, which will drop him back to 2 under. But Rory McIlroy, whose demeanour is very even, I must say, much like his score at the moment, even par, level par for the tournament. Here's the reaction here, walking just down below us, mint-coloured, very pale blue shirt, sandy-coloured trousers, a jaunty walk, which is good.
He got a reception. Mickelson did not get a reception at all. This is pretty crazy. It takes a big swig of his special mix of a drink. What is that? Some kind of Gatorade special thing. He might own the company or something, right?
Might be one of those drinks that all the young people are drinking at the moment, Andrew.
What is it? Find out. Let's try it.
Yeah, it's all the rage they are. So he's on the 16th tee mark, and he'll be playing shortly. He is level par.
Can you remember what it's called?
No, I think that's not what we should be doing. We agreed not to do that.
Well rescued. The sun just trying to break through a few clouds above us here. As John says, the weather warnings have been removed from most of the big white scoreboards. Still a swelteringly hot afternoon over the 17th green. John said the temperature had dropped slightly above 15 and 16, but further up the course here it still feels bakingly hot as we wait for Scotty Scheffler and Sam Bennett to come up to the 17th green. Both of those are on 4 under. Max Homer, the third man in that group, and he is on 1 under as well. Our leaders, Brooks Koepka, Victor Hovland and John Rahm, all on 7 under. Jason Day in the clubhouse on 5 under, also on 5 under in the clubhouse. Cam Young as well. Out on the course, Sam Burns is on 5 under, but I think he's in trouble on 16. John?
Yes, I think he's in the bunker. I think he's in one of the bunkers. Green side he is, off the tee, Sam Burns. So it'll be Rory McIlroy to play next. And there is hardly a breath of wind here, Andrew.
Yeah, all the patrons that are left are crowded into this beautiful little corner of the world. This 15 green, the 16 tee, the 16 green. The ball's in the air. It is just right of the pin, just where you want it. Let's see if it spins left. Give him a shot. Come on back. Come on. Just passed with a 10-foot birdie putt.
Yeah, maybe closer. Rolling closer. Still. And he does. He has a birdie chance there. Maybe 8 feet, 7, 8 feet, something like that for Rory McIlroy. So he's got himself to level par, and now he has a chance to get into the red. And Tom Kim steps forward behind him after that double blow of the double bogey. He was right in it, wasn't he, on 4 under? But going in the water, I mean, that was one of the moments of the day that I'll remember. I think Tom Kim, with his bunker shot that he splashed out onto the lip, and then it rolled down onto the green and kept rolling all the way into the water. So the young man now down behind us, very solidly built, powerful, big forearms. You can see that clearly from here. Very pale yellow shirt and matte grey trousers. Ready to play. Off it goes towards the 16th. Long shadows cast in the evening here, and that lands over the hole and very, very nicely indeed rolls back down towards where Rory McIlroy's ball is. A little further, that maybe is 10, 12 feet for him to get a shot back after his double bogey at 16.
Yeah, difficult to come back from a double. It's like the next shot after you shank the ball. That's the toughest one. So that's a very nervous shot. Excellent shot by Tom Kim. We have 2 eagle putts upcoming for the final group, and it's not Tommy Fleetwood. He is in the right to bunker in 2, hitting that shot. Hopefully it won't be a Tom Kim looking shot, but we have 2 eagle putts. Tony Finau and Mr. Spieth.
Yep. Jordan Spieth and Tony Finau. Spieth 1 under, Finau 2 under, Tommy Fleetwood level, and he is in the bunker.
Well, Jordan Spieth could do with an eagle, couldn't he, after his calamitous 13th, Andrew?
Yeah, anything. He's just been on the roller coaster all season. I'm not a huge fan of what his new swing looks like, and I just think he needs to shore up this tee shot, and because we know he's got a fabulous short game, but I think he's got so many other things going on in his head about how to hit it straighter. Hopefully he'll figure it out, and I think he will.
Ridiculous, isn't it, really, this game? Because two years ago, even maybe 1 year ago, it was all the talk about his putting. And now we're on to his swing.
Well, you know, it's Tommy Fleetwood in the right bunker right in front of us, right here. Big backswing, just nips it out. Ball is rolling towards the flag, but it's got speed. Sit down.
Hang on.
Sit down, ball.
Hang on.
I think it's going to stay up. He took the high line, didn't take the low line of Tom Kim. He has a birdie putt.
Back to speed, though, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, it's you get in the woods after a while. And this, Fitzpatrick's been in the woods right now, and he's had some tough times. Jason Day went away for a while. It's just this maddening game. It's just little tiny things just go wrong, and you don't think you can ever hit a good shot again. Brooks Koepka on Full Swing on Netflix saying how bad he is, and he goes and wins a couple weeks later, but you just never know.
No. So sort one thing, and then another thing then you have to sort after that. It just never stops, does it?
No, it's like life, isn't it? There's always something else to be done.
Oh, God.
Anyway, let's forget about that. We're at the Masters, and we're watching. They're a very distinctive 3-ball, aren't they? These three. You couldn't, if only all 3 balls were like this one: Spieth, Finau, and Fleetwood. But I'm also looking ahead to Sam Burns, who is in that bunker as we look at it, front right, and he splashes it out now onto the green at the 16th, and it rolls on well by on the right-hand side and then down towards the slope, and he will do well. He has got work there, 10 feet to make his par 3.
He had to aim way right at that pin, or it could have gone in the water out of the bunker. He had a downhill lie, and it had to get up quickly on the steep slope, the steep lip. But here first, an eagle putt from Tony Finau, long hitting Tony Finau. 25 feet behind the hole. We've seen this putt all day. Can he get the speed right? We know it's left to right. It's trickling. Is it going to come up a little short? Yes. But look at Jordan Spieth run back over there to have a look at it.
He was quickly into position to put his ball down. Very similar line. Tony Finau rolls in for his birdie. So 3 under, Tony Finau. And yep, he liked that. And off he goes, safely in for his birdie. Up ahead, Tom Kim will put first on 16 to see if he can grab a shot back. And on the 15th green down here, now long shadows from those 3 pine trees actually, all the way across the green. So he's putting through the shadows, Jordan Spieth. But they are so distinctive, aren't they? Tommy Fleetwood, obviously, with the long brown hair out the back of his cap. Jordan Spieth still ever so slight and slim, and big Tony Finau, the other man, who's just standing very happily away from the scene. But Jordan Spieth now, this for eagle down the slope, this from 20 feet, maybe a little more. It could go. Oh, it's just by on the right. It looked good. It looked. Everyone thought that was going to be the moment, but it wasn't to be. But it will be a birdie for Spieth.
He looked at his caddy and said, "Oh, that was really good, perfect speed, but it doesn't go in." A little exasperation. You can see him just the way his body language right there was like, that was a good chance.
But Finau has gone to 3 under. Spieth will go to 2 under, I'm sure. Tom Kim has missed his birdie put up on 16. And it will be Rory McIlroy next, I think. Can't be a great deal of difference between Burns. But back on 15 here. This is Tommy Fleetwood for birdie, and it just pulls up short and right. So it's a par 5 for Tommy Fleetwood after he was in the bunker. So Tommy Fleetwood remains at level. Jordan Spieth has still got work to finish there for his birdie, but McIlroy up ahead. So this is 7-8 feet. This for birdie. This to get Rory McIlroy into the red numbers. Let's see if it goes. He's watching, and he's watching it drop. And he's gone birdie at 15 and 16. And Rory McIlroy is back to 1 under par now.
Oh, he's going to sleep much better with these birdies to see if he can birdie 1 more, 2 more coming in. And feel good about coming out tomorrow, because I think before the 15th it wasn't a feel good.
Well, Ian mentioned earlier Rory McIlroy's problems with his opening round at the Masters, didn't you, Ian? And if he somehow rescues this down the home stretch from being in green numbers on the scoreboard, i.e. over par, to red numbers under par, what a swing and what a boost that will give him.
Indeed, and if he maintains this position under par, then this will be his best start in 5 years. 73, 75, 76, 73, his first round scores, and he's talked to me and he's talked to everyone about, just the difficulty of playing catch up on this golf course. It was a 73 start last year and he ended up finishing in 2nd place. So he'll still have ground to make up, there's no doubt about it. But nonetheless, he will be very, very happy with those 2 birdies at 15, which was done the hard way, and then 16. Colin Morikawa just missing a birdie chance, the former Open champion, on 18. So he's going to tap in from short range for a par 4 finish for him. Justin Rose, by the way, made a 6-footer for his par for a 3 under par 69, and that is the same score as Colin Morikawa, who takes the cap from his head after tapping in there. John.
Up ahead on 16, Sam Burns did drop a shot after being in the bunker front right off the tee. So that is Sam Burns back to 4 under. And Tom Kim just rolls in for his par 3 to remain at 2 under par. So we've got the final group to tee off on 16 here next, Mark.
Okay, so we're keeping an eye on that final group to tee off there, which is the Jordan Spieth group, and he is 2 under, having birdied 15, so he's got a shot back from when he double bogeyed 13 on 17 in a glorious sunny evening now at Augusta. The 17th green bathed in sunshine. We have the current champion, Scotty Scheffler. His dad Scott just came up to the back row of this stand and waved his hat to say hello to one of the colleagues alongside us here. He said hello to Andrew McGee at 15 as well, and he's watching his son down on this 17th green, Cat, who has a very good opportunity for a birdie.
Scott Scheffler bounding up here like a Labrador puppy, wasn't he? Full of excitement. He doesn't think that his son Scheffler is out of the conversation. He certainly isn't at 4 under par. 3 shots off the lead. Scheffler just flying the flag with his approach shot by about 10 feet. So he's got to come back down the hill, which is the trickier putt. Max Homa, though, the world number 5, through the back of the green. He's chipped up back on. And a lovely moment for the amateur champion Sam Bennett, walking up in this evening sunshine at the Masters of what's been the round of a lifetime for him, 4 under par. The crowd gave him a lovely warm welcome. He touched the tip of his cap, and he's got a look at birdie here as well, Mark.
This is for 5 under. There was cheers from down the course, and I think that's on 16, so we'll get news of a tee shot there. But Kat, let's just see if Sam Bennett can get this birdie.
Yeah, the slight boyish shoulders of Sam Bennett, just 23 years old, from the A&M University in Texas, casting a long shadow off the green, across the green here as the ball travels across the face. He dips his knees, trying to steer it a little bit to the left, but it disobeys and trickles off to the right. It'll be a tap-in par though for Bennett as he heads to the 18th on 4 under par. What a day it's been for the US amateur champion after such a tricky couple of years for him, losing his dad. His dad, just 43 years old, a couple of years ago to Alzheimer's, and having to battle with anxiety and depression after his dad's death, finding his way back to golf. The golf course, he said, was his haven, and he has really been making the most of his moment in the sunshine out there today. 4 under par then, Sam Bennett, as he heads to the 18th.
So we wait for Scotty Scheffler's birdie putt. News from 16, John?
Yes, the applause that you heard here was for a lovely shot from Tony Finau, 3 under par now. He put that to within a couple of feet, and similarly playing partner Jordan Spieth maybe 5 feet away for birdie, and Tommy Fleetwood has just hit his tee shot, but it stayed up on the top of the slope, so he will have a really tricky putt from up there on the slope, but birdie putts to come for all 3 of them. The final group walking away from us through the shadows towards the 16th green.
Still waiting for Scotty Scheffler's birdie putt here, because Max Homa, having chipped back onto the green, is still further away from the pin than the current Masters champion.
Yeah, and he'll have had a great read from that putt from Sam Bennett. It's an almost identical putt, and it misses again to the right-hand side, making the same mistake as Bennett. So it's going to be a drop shot from Homer, and he'll move to level par. Should be just a tap in for him, but Scotty Scheffler now just placing his ball on the marker and squatting down behind the ball. Navy blue trousers, that almost Masters green, a little bit more vivid than a Masters green, maybe a Wimbledon green, if you will, for Scotty Scheffler. White baseball cap and those tanned arms just resting on his thighs as he lines up this putt. Long shadows now cast. The sun has swung round out of the sky and is dropping down now towards the pine trees and right into our faces. There are some blooming suntans that I've been watching develop over the afternoon, Mark. My favourite's this lady down here with the racer back tennis dress. She's got 4 or 5 really thin stripes that come out of the central strap, and they are prominently picked out in winter white skin against the newly developed bright red sunburn. Scotty Scheffler anyway, 10 feet down the hill then for birdie for the defending champion, and he's already stood up. It just drifted to the left hand side. Still going to be a tap in par though for Scheffler, but a good chance goes begging. 4 under par then, the defending champion, 3 shots off the lead.
And Dad, 3 rows in front of us, just closes his eyes and just nods his head forward and listens and shakes his head And he'll move off shortly to watch his son go down 18. A what back dress did you say?
A racer back. So it's like a kind of racing swimming costume that the Olympic swimmers wear. You know, with the straps come over your shoulders and then they merge into a central panel that goes down the back between your shoulder blades. That's a racer back.
What? And that's a dress based on a racer back?
A racer back panel down the middle, and then it's got the 4 fin straps coming out towards the shoulder blades. I think it's a tennis dress of some kind. It's the kind of thing that you see them wear at the French Open, isn't it?
Every day's a school day, Ian.
Rory McIlroy tee shot on the 17th has gone way left, so he's going to be blocked out by those trees down the left-hand side. Actually did bounce back towards the fairway, but way left from McIlroy. Had to shout 4 as the ball went in amongst the spectators, and he's not very well placed. In a similar place actually to Justin Rose, who had to come out basically sideways and access the green in 3. Here is Sam Burns now on this 440-yard par 4 with his tee shot. That's much better, just moving it a fraction from left to right instead of the straight pull that McIlroy had. And so Burns is nicely placed in the centre of the fairway, left half of the fairway, but a fine tee shot from the tall American.
OK, so we're going to keep an eye here on 17 for Rory McIlroy coming up 17, but we've also got great eyes from our position here on the 18th tee, and that's where Scotty Scheffler is.
Yeah, those 2 tall pine trees about 30 yards or so from the front of the tee box. They look like goalposts, don't they, stretching up into the blue Georgia sunshine, blue skies now over the Augusta National Golf Course. Scotty Scheffler just with a couple of laconic-looking practice swings, steps up now behind the ball. And we're going to see this tee shot sent down 18 before we get back for news with John Murray further down the course. Just a couple of twitches over the ball on the tee peg now for Scheffler. His white baseball cap bent over the ball. Lovely slow balance swing. Up it goes. Looked like it went fairly straight to me, Mark. Do you get eyes on it?
Yeah, straight, I think, for Scotty Scheffler. John?
Yeah, Jordan Spieth just rolling in his birdie putt to go to 3 under par. So that was very beautifully done. Tommy Fleetwood, actually lovely touch from him with his putt down the green, because he had so little to play with there, Andrew, and he's left it to within maybe 2 or 3 feet.
Yeah, a bit unlucky it didn't take the slope. It just stayed up on top of the putt. You just don't want to have playing defense down the slope, but he's just outside of Tony Finau's majestic 9-iron that he had to about 2 feet. So Tommy Fleetwood just backed off the putt just for a second, went back, gave it another read to make sure. These are big putts. These par putts at Augusta are maybe the hardest 3-footers you'll ever see. Hardly anything straight, and he's knocked it right in the middle.
He's safely in for his par to remain at level for the tournament. The other thing that we need to tell you, Mark, I don't know if you know this, and we've got Tony Finau as well, who's going to finish off here from a couple of feet for his birdie, but looking across from where we are, we can see that Rory McIlroy's tee shot on the 17th went left, and the spectators have been moved aside. So I don't know whether you're able to see that through the trees, but that's where he is. But Tony Finau's about to play.
Okay, do that then.
Finau for his birdie. This to go to 4 under for the big man in grey. Away across the water on the 16th. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed that little one for birdie.
We were just talking about this, weren't we?
Said it, Andrew.
3-footers here are the most difficult because you have so many putts from that's outside the hole. Only Oakmont, I think, has more break from 3 feet than Augusta National.
So there, Mark, chance gone for Tony Finau there, and no mistake. 3 under, Spieth 3 under, and Tommy Fleetwood level.
You mentioned McIlroy, Kat?
Yeah, the only way I could tell that he'd played was that the throng around him, the multitude of baseball caps, all suddenly whipped to their left, and Rory McIlroy's played from out of the trees down the left-hand side, and he's had to come across the face of the green, past the bunker that sits right in front of the green, that kind of figure-of-8 bunker, and he's just nestled up on the upslope coming up to the putting surface. So actually not a bad result for him from where he was. He's just got, an up and down should be an easy par for him, maybe even a chip in for birdie, whisper it.
We normally talk actually about the patrons, the crowd thinning out as we get to these final groups. It actually feels a little bit busier than normal as these final. I mean, it's still not. I mean, 50% of this stand that we're in is empty, but feels a little bit busier than normal as people wait for Scheffler, who's gone up 18, and McIlroy, who's coming down 17, and Spieth, who is behind them as well. So it feels a little bit more as if the patrons are a little bit more interested in these final three than maybe in previous evenings, although the stand is still 50% empty. Ian, you'll be watching Scheffler coming up 18.
Yes, and he split the fairway. It was a lovely tee shot, and we've just seen Bennett, the amateur, hit his tee shot very nicely indeed. So those players now departing the teeing ground on the 18th, and we're sort of heading towards the denouement of this opening day. What an absorbing opening day it's been. Three-way tie for the lead. Hovland, who's been there for ages after his 65, quickly joined by Jon Rahm, and then Brooks Koepka showing life in Live, the recent winner in Orlando only last Sunday, continuing that rich vein of form, 4 times major champion, and he added a 7 under par 65 to get in that three-way tie for the lead. A couple of players at 5 under par, Jason Day and Cameron Young, the Open Championship runner-up. Players at 4 under par, Shane Lowry, Xander Schauffele, Adam Scott and Gary Woodland, and also of course Scotty Scheffler as he makes his way up the 18th, and Sam Bennett, the US amateur champion. And on the subject of amateur players, Frank Stranahan, back in 1947, finished in a share of second place mark. Ken Venturi, also second in 1956. Charles R. Coe in 1961. So they're the standout amateur performances. But after the first round in 1954, Billy Joe Patton held the lead. Ken Venturi in 1956. In fact, he led after 3 rounds, Ken Venturi as an amateur back in 1956. But it's a different era these days, and this is a remarkable performance from Bennett, and you'd have to put it alongside the amateur in 2019 who came up with 4 rounds of par or better, and that was none other than Victor Hovland. Kat.
Rory McIlroy splashing out from the sand in front of that big figure-of-8 bunker. Lovely control on that one. Just puts the brakes on a little early for him. Wanted it to release slightly more up the hill, but he'll have about 5-6 feet to save his par there. So got it wrong again, I'm afraid. It was Tom Kim who's gone down the right-hand side. He's just off the putting surface to the right, has to come up the slope. McIlroy from the trees did end up in that white sand bunker on the front, but lovely control from McIlroy out of the soft talcum powder, it looks like, and Harry Diamond just sweeping up after him, raising any trace that McIlroy's been in that bunker. 6 foot or so back up the hill for McIlroy to save his par and remain in negative figures.
Did you say, sorry Ian, did you say after 3 rounds in 1956 an amateur led?
Yes, Ken Venturi.
Okay, and bizarrely, I was looking earlier, and the 1956 Masters was won by Jack Burke Jr., who is the oldest Masters champion. Today he is 100 years, 2 months and 8 days old. And bizarrely, I was just reading that earlier, and 1956 stuck in my mind. So Jack Burke Jr. won it that year, and he's the oldest Masters champion alive at 100.
Wow. That's some story, isn't it? That is some story. Sam Bennett just hitting his second shot into 18 mark. It's just gone beyond the flag, and it's climbed up onto the next level without sucking back down the slope. So a little bit of frustration, and it's going to be a tentative, very delicate putt down the slope for Bennett for birdie on 18.
The first PGA Tour victory that Jack Burke had was the Bing Crosby Pro-Am, which shows you how far back you have to go.
The Crosby Clam Bake, as it was known at Pebble Beach. Here's Max Homer's second shot into 18, and it's a beauty. And he's put it to within 6-7 feet of the hole, so he may well sign off with a birdie here, and that means that we should now see Scotty Scheffler with his second shot into 18, the defending champion, dive in if anything imminent is
well, we're
required.
just waiting for Rory's par putt, so you keep going at the moment.
Okay, well, here he is, 145 yards out, Scheffler. It was a wonderful tee shot for the big man.
Yes, then up 7. That's
right. You can just hear his final conversation with Ted Scott, his caddy. Did such a wonderful job to pilot his man to his first green jacket 12 months ago, and standing in lovely evening sunshine in just a little patch of sunlight that is framed by the shadows of the tall pines. And there, a very balanced swing as that one is sent up towards the green, and it lands absolutely bang on for distance, and no more than 8-9 feet to the left of the hole, Trish Johnson. And that is a beautiful, beautiful approach, and sets up a possible birdie to finish.
Yeah, and then bad day for him. The way he's looking, I don't think I've ever seen him look so angry. But if he rolls that in and shoots 5 under, that will be a pretty decent start to his defence of his title. But really, you said, Ian, that he's played almost flawless golf, tee to green, just needs to get the blade going. But he's having a little bit of a smile, a bit of a chuckle walking up 18, so maybe everything's not lost.
He has very soft, friendly features, and when it breaks out into a smile, he looks a real genial giant, and that's what's happening as he walks up now.
We'll jump in, Ian, here, because Rory McIlroy is just walking round his ball and lining up this 6-foot putt for par.
Real test here for Rory. What a psychological bonus it would be if this dropped, and what a psychological blow it would be if he was back to level par playing up the 18th, having scrambled to get into the negative figures. 1 under par he is at the moment. The sun on his back as he lines up this 6 foot or so to save his par on the 17th, having played out of the sand. Up it goes and drifts by on the left hand side. It's a dropped shot for Rory McIlroy, and he will slip back to level par. And having heard Andrew McGee say, he'll sleep well after picking up those couple of birdies a few holes back, well, what's going through his head now?
Well, he's just having a little chunter to himself, and he's shaking his head, and now he just lets his head fall back as he walks off the green, and he just takes a practice putting stroke as well and leans on his putter, one hand on his hip as well. There is a frustration there, although he's keeping it in a lot more than Scotty Scheffler did when Scotty Scheffler was going around Amen Corner and getting angry with himself. But oh my word, Ian, what a roller coaster with him at the moment.
It is, and I just think it's frustrating that the root cause of that drop shot was the tee shot that flew left, and that's his biggest strength off the tee. And when he's in the right frame of mind, it just flows so effortlessly and so powerfully. And I do think one of the traits that you see when there is an element of anxiety about him, no matter how deeply buried, it is the tee shot that suffers, and it either flies to the left or fans way out to the right. He prefers the left miss, I know that much, but it was a costly miss, and he just needed a clean finish there to really give himself heart, as we were saying after those birdies at 15 and 16, and it's not to be. So we'll see how he finishes off on 18 very shortly, but before that, Sam Bennett, the 23-year-old from Texas, US amateur champion, and he is now ready to putt and send it delicately down the slope, borrowing from left to right here. This for an unlikely birdie, and the ball gathers pace as it goes past the hole, and it's gone 4 or 5 feet by. So work to do for Bennett to make sure that he doesn't drop a shot on the last and keep in that position at 4 under par, and that would be a magnificent start. A round of 68, even if he does miss 69, would be a wonderful start for the man who made the cut at the US Open last year at Brookline, ended up finishing 49th. That was on his major debut. This is his second major event, and it's been a wonderful day for him.
He's learning very quickly, isn't he? He's been almost flawless today, and in that company as well. That's what's so impressive, you know, playing with the defending champion. Lots of pressure on him, and make no mistake, he will expect a good performance of himself.
Yeah, he'd know the cameras are on him all the way round, and he's revelled in that, he really has. And we've been charting his very sad and emotional backstory, losing his father so early, but it's been one heck of a day for him. And Scotty Scheffler can make this a really, really good day now, because he's ready with his birdie putt after that brilliant approach shot from just 10 feet, sends this one forward, and that sums up his day. A brilliant drive, a brilliant second shot, and a brilliant opportunity for birdie that is squandered, because the ball comes to rest just to the left of the hole, and he taps it in there to finish a 4 under par round of 68. He looks utterly disgusted with that outcome, but it really was a fine ball striking display. The highlight, the eagle at the second, and it's no damage done and firmly in the mix for Scheffler on his title defence. But he is, I'm sure, going to spend a lot of time on the practice putting green between now and his second round. It all added up to a 68 today for Scottie Scheffler.
And the difference, I wonder, as Rory's tee shot has gone down 18, but Trish, Scheffler looks utterly disgusted with himself, and yet he's still going to finish on, and yet he's still ending the day on 4 under. And Rory's been up and down, but hasn't sort of looked as, apart from just on 17 there, as anywhere near as frustrated. And unless he, birdies the last one, will finish on level par. It's a strange old game.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, the difference, chappers, is the fact that from tee to green, Scottie Scheffler's played almost flawless golf. He every now and again you get a day on the golf course where you literally get the worst score you could possibly have, and it doesn't happen that often. But Scottie Scheffler, I think, is thinking to himself, do you know what? That's a 9 under round of golf I've probably played well enough to do. 4 under is literally the worst score I could have had. Whereas Rory, he's been in a few dodgy old places, hasn't he? If he ends up with par or better, you'd have to think he comes in thinking, do you know what? That's probably the best I could have done.
Mark, I can tell you that Max Homer has poured in his birdie putt after his brilliant approach. So he's finished with a 1 under par 71. And here's Sam Bennett looking to tidy up, and a little clenched fist there because he really didn't want to spoil his scorecard at the end, and he doesn't. It goes in, and a warm handshake with the defending champion Scottie Scheffler. And boy, this 23-year-old has acquitted himself quite brilliantly today. The amateur at 4 under par, big smile on his face as he looks across towards Homer's caddy, and he'll exit. And he's one of the stories of this opening day, because his 68 is by far the best effort from any of the amateurs. Next best, Harrison Crowe from Australia, and the American Ben Carr, who was runner-up to Bennett in the US Amateur Championship. They were round in 75s. Gordon Sargent among those with a 77. And Matt McLean, we should make mention of, the amateur, the optometrist from Malone Golf Club in Belfast, winner of the US Mid-Amateur. He was round in a 77 much earlier today. He birdied the first. He was actually top of the leaderboard very, very early on today. But McLean with a 77. The story from the amateur perspective, though, is Bennett with his 68.
That's a great effort from Matt McLean as well.
Oh, very much so. Very much so. And a great... It's just, it's one of the beauties of this sport, that those kind of opportunities come along. And when we get to the sharp end of the tournament, the amateurs, well, some of them might have made the cut, and they'll be, vying for the amateur honours as they do at the Open Championship. And it's a bit of a finishing school as well. It's an opportunity to taste the big time, as happened with Matt Fitzpatrick back in the day. And he went on to win the US Open. So many of these players we've seen in the amateur ranks then go on to really stellar professional careers, and I'm sure that'll be the case with Bennett as well.
Sam Bennett birdied the first, eagled the second, birdied the sixth, and then came in with pars on every hole. A bogey-free round for the US Amateur Champion. Here on 17, Kat?
Just seen Tony Finau miss a long birdie putt right across the green from this left-hand side, the pin cut on the kind of right middle-ish. And I've seen so many of them miss that putt today. There's been a lot who've kind of played to avoid the sand and just gone for the heart of the green, and then that's been that long birdie putt, and all of them have made the same mistake. It must be a really sharp break as it comes over the ridge of the green. Tommy Fleetwood hitting up the hill from about 15 feet away. He comes up short, and he'll have a tap in for par. So bit of an uneventful 17th hole for this final group. Jordan Spieth, Tommy Fleetwood and Tony Finau. Spieth with a glorious chip up onto the putting surface from roughly where Tom Kim was a little bit earlier on, just on that first cut of rough, to within just a few inches. A tap-in par for Spieth, and off he goes to the 18th on 3 under.
And on the 18th, Tom Kim in the penultimate group is first to play his second shot in from the middle of the fairway, around about 160 yards, something like that, up the hill. Bunker guarding the front left, but more appetite to this is the bunker just to the right, because that's the one that's closest to the flag in the front right corner of the green. And a 3/4 backswing from Kim as he sends this one up onto the green, flies the bunker on the front left and almost puts it exactly where Scheffler's ball finished, maybe a couple of feet more, but he's within 15 feet and a birdie chance on 18 for Kim.
Jordan Spieth just...
I don't think he liked the contact that he made, but I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised when he gets up there. It's a very makeable birdie putt.
Cat.
Sorry, Jordan Spieth just slipping the white golf glove onto his left hand to bend down and put the tee peg in the ground on the 18th. The stand now completely draining in front of me, the 30 or so row of green seats just completely empty as everyone floods out to hurry up the 18th and join Spieth in the final couple of groups going up around that dogleg and up towards the clubhouse with its wraparound verandas, which I can just see the edge of from where I'm standing. A huge sea of humanity thronging around in front of that clubhouse. Jordan Spieth now just standing over at that twitchy preparation for any tee shot for Jordan Spieth. He really likes to make his fans feel nervous, doesn't he, as he prepares to address the ball. 2 big swings of the driver, one last look at it, and I think he's just waiting for the fairway to clear ahead of him, Ian. So back to you for now.
Yes, Rory McIlroy still to play. He's found the second bunker on the 18th, so he's got a pitching wedge, only 130 yards to go, 314 yard drive. This is the furthest we've seen anyone up the 18th, but he is hitting from the sand, and then he's got to clear the bunker front left. As he caught that a little bit heavy, he's running up towards the lip of the bunker to see this one land on the front edge, but not quite far enough up, and the ball will dribble back down the apron of that green, down the slope, gathering pace, and all the time I'm speaking to you, running away from the hole, finally comes to rest, and so he will be chipping from short of the green.
Yeah, slightly disappointing. I'm kind of surprised he hit a wedge there, actually, off of that huge upslope. He's got at least 15 feet behind the flag there, 130 to the flag, so he had to pitch it probably off of that slope. 140, he had 142, 143 to pitch it. It's a long wedge out of an uphill line in a bunker. Bang on line as well. It's been a tough day for McIlroy.
Frustrating, isn't it? Every time he's taken a couple of steps forward, he's taken a couple of steps back.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, got off to a poorish start on that front nine, but we heard him interviewed, and you sort of think, well, you never know. Is he going to make a comeback? He seems very relaxed, but it just hasn't happened for him.
He's kept the body language, and I think that has been a deliberate ploy.
Yeah, very much
so. It must have been a challenge at times.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, like you said, Ian, he recognises his first round scores are pretty appalling. This is actually if he gets up and down here, it'll be his best score in 5 years. He's not played himself out of it.
So those players arriving up at the green and back on the tee. They're standing and waiting. I think they're just waiting for the bunker to be raked from which McIlroy has played for it. And it's such a monstrous bunker that the raker has got a huge job to do to get it pristine before that final group are able to hit their tee shots. And
I wonder if you get a bonus, Ian, for taking care of the bigger bunkers, because the two here at 17, they're pretty small. There's a guy out there in a boiler suit, and he comes out with one of those big long whippy sticks that looks like a kind of carriage driving whip, and he kind of dusts the sand off the front of the green when they've splashed out.
I'm going to interrupt you because Rory McIlroy already ready to chip on the front of the 18th, across his lengthening shadow, bunts it up onto the front of the green, doesn't give it enough. And that's so uncharacteristic for someone who's been chipping brilliantly for the past year or so, and he's left it 10, 12 feet short of the flag. And now massive pressure putt coming to avoid a bogey finish for Rory McIlroy on the close of his first round. Goodness me, a very important putt coming up here.
Yeah, and after back-to-back birdies on 15 and 16, the drop shot on 17, and now looking at a hugely important putt for McIlroy psychologically on 18. Jordan Spieth still pacing around on the tee box here, Ian, just having one last fiddle with the towel. He's obsessed with that towel, isn't he? That poor old Michael Greller has to hold on, keep offering to him on the tee as he can mop his hands and wipe the blade of the club and the putter and the driver, and he's just going through that routine once again, Jordan Spieth, because 3 under par, and he's very much in the mix. 5 shots off the lead. 4 shots off the lead, I should say, and he's finally ready to go. The final white boiler suit and a bag, black and white golf bag, being carried up round the corner and into the sunlight on 18. Jordan Spieth can now stand over the ball, the white trousers catching the evening sunlight. Turquoise shirt, lovely swing of the shoulders, and that one he's had to wait. It's leaking left, it's heading towards that big bunker that he's waited so long to be made ready to catch the ball should it leak left. I'm not sure whether it's landed in the sand or beyond it. In the sand, Ian.
It's found the sand, yes it has, and it's in the first of the bunkers. McIlroy was in the second of those bunkers. Tom Kim misses his birdie attempt and has to settle for a par, but it's a decent start. A 2 under par 70 despite that double bogey 7 at the par 5 15th. So Kim rounded a 2 under par 70, and now it's McIlroy to try and make sure of a par. Such an important putt, Trish.
Absolutely massively, and it really is the difference between actually going home and feeling fairly good about yourself and actually just really feeling as rough as you can and feel. And you know, one shot you'd think, well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, it really does. It's psychologically.
What were we saying? 11 feet.
Yeah, it must be all of it. That's one of the worst chips I've seen him hit in a long time. It was so straightforward as well.
So here he is, Rory McIlroy. This for a par to finish his round. Over it now, sends it forward, heading towards the hole and in. Well done, Rory McIlroy. He needed that. He really did need it. That was a very, very stressful par to finish a roller coaster of a round. It had a few high spots, particularly the birdies at 15 and 16, but drop shots at the 3rd, a double bogey at the 7th, a couple of drop shots, especially the one on 17, really pegged his progress. But in the end, McIlroy has finished, and he's finished with a level par round of 72. Not out of it, but he's having to play catch-up once again at the Masters.
Strange, isn't it? I mean, you've both mentioned it. Areas where he is strong are just where it's let him down occasionally.
Yeah, I got to be honest, I think, you know, his strength, we talk about his strength being his driving game, and the thing with this golf course is there's no bailout anywhere, and I think it's almost like he tries too hard, and it's impossible to say don't try too hard. Well, you know, with
his driver or in general?
Yeah, well, I think driving is, you know, that's the issue. Every time I've seen him in any trouble, it's because the driver's he doesn't. His iron play in general is normally superb, but his driving is the strength of his game. And when you strengthen your game on the one golf course that driving is everything, you really do have to put the ball in the fairway. And it's almost like you need to try less, but that is so difficult when the prize at the end of the rainbow is so important to you. But I still think he's done well today, in a way. From that front 9, it really could have gone very pear-shaped, and it didn't.
Yeah, and actually, we talk about the work he's done on mentality, Ian, and psychology, and so on and so forth. The first thing you would say to him as he, you know, sits down for a orange juice in a little while or whatever it is you're not over par. You've done the first round of the Masters and you're not over par. Now look at what you've done in the last 5 years, and now look at what you've done today, and that's the difference.
Yes, but I mean, we're not wanting to be the merchant of doom here, but you know, that level par 72 is better than his starts in the last 4 rounds numerically, but today was a brilliant scoring opportunity, and so many high quality players and rivals of McIlroy have taken advantage of that, and he finds himself in a share of 37th place after that round of 72. So you have to see it in that context as well. He will be disappointed because he didn't make the most of his day. There's no doubt about that. He had a stated objective not to leave himself behind the 8 ball or playing catch up, however you want to term it. But ultimately, you've got to say that's what he's got to do. Yes, there's a long way to go.
Is he behind the 8 ball for you?
Oh God, yeah. 100% he is, because when myself and Alistair were walking back in, the problem is it's not just the fact that 7 under is leading, it's the calibre of player that's on 7 under, and those 3 on 7 under, they're not all going backwards. They are 3 superstars of the game.
You don't want to be giving Victor Hovland, John Rahm and Brooks Koepka, and especially John Rahm, a 7-shot advantage over the next 54 holes. That is, never mind everybody else you've got to overtake. That's the reality of his situation. Now, of course, McIlroy is, on his day, arguably the best golfer in the world, but he's got to show that over the next 3 rounds without a blemish to have any chance now.
Yeah, well, let's hope you two aren't having an orange juice with him then. After I was just trying
to just saying how it is.
I know, of course you are. Of course you are.
And that is how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah,
from a McIlroy point of view.
Yeah, but I'm more trying to think about from. Look, he's not going to kid himself, is he?
No, but from his perspective as well, you've got to look for positives, and the positives are he didn't play very well today. He shot level par. There was no, but he didn't have his A. He probably had his.
But
D
in the
game.
past, Trish, we've seen him have one round that's just completely knocked him out of contention. And whilst there is more of a mountain to climb, he's not out of contention.
No, he's not. But there, you add the pluses and minuses together. If you asked him at the beginning of the day, would he shoot? If you take level par in the most perfect conditions that you could possibly play in, he'd say no. And then you tell him that he's 7 shots behind John Rahm, Victor Hovland, and Brooks Koepka, and he'd say, no, I really don't fancy that. Thanks very much. So, yes, pluses and minuses, but predominantly a minus today.
Ian, can you see the final group?
I can indeed, and Tony Finau from just shy of the bunker on the left-hand side is playing his second shot up to the 18th green, made good contact on it, the ball flying to the left of the flag, just taking, well, pretty much Sandy Lyle's slope, but unfortunately for him, the flag is on the other side of the green, so he's got a lengthy birdie putt to come, but it looked a lovely strike from the big man, Tony Finau. You know what Tony's short for? Not Anthony.
Well, I was going to say, no, go on then.
Milton. Milton is his real name.
So it's not really short for that, is it?
No, well,
it's just a different name.
It's just a different name. Here's Tommy Fleetwood's second shot from the fairway, and that's nicely directed into the green. The ball landing very softly and then trundling back down that slope. Go on, keep going for Tommy. There we are, and it comes to rest. What would we say, 20 feet from the cup, something like that. So a chance for him there, and he takes his open head cover off his putter, and the final approach shot to the final green on the first day of the 87th Masters belongs to Jordan Spieth, and it comes from Sandy Lyle's bunker, the first bunker on this 18th down the left side. Looks to have made decent contact there, fairly low trajectory, and the ball hops up onto the green, but not far enough, and there's enough backspin on it to suck it down that slope to a very close position to where the chip shot of Rory McIlroy was played, and McIlroy came up with a rather timid effort, managed to bravely hold his putt for par. So a little test coming for Jordan Spieth, who, as is ever the case, I mean, poor old Michael Greller, he must get into the locker room, and once he's got rid of his bar, and I'm sure he loves him dearly, and it's a lucrative job. It's a lucrative job being Jordan Spieth's caddy, but he must sit there and think, I really wish I'd go back to being a school teacher, because I'd get a lot less jip.
When we were on the range earlier in the week, myself and Kat were just watching Jordan Spieth, and she loves him, absolutely loves him. I said, what is it about him you love? And she said, just wears his heart on his sleeve. That you're under no illusions on any shot what it's all about, and it's so true.
And he natters away to Michael Greller all the time, Mark. He really does. I'm sure Greller must go, oh, please give me a break.
Yeah. Although whether he'd get less stick as a school teacher is probably debatable, I would think. He
was a school teacher, and that was me just illustrating just how.
I'm sure there are lots of school teachers thinking.
I can see him now. He's still going on at him.
Stick him on the naughty step and give him 100 lines. That's what you should do. We've just had an email, by the way, to say that play is going to be brought forward by half an hour tomorrow. They're worried about the weather reports tomorrow and this weekend. They're not favourable.
No.
Tomorrow, we understand, is meant to be the worst day, I think, as regards weather. Saturday's going to be cold, I think, but maybe tomorrow is the worst day as regards potential storms. So they're going to bring it forward by half an hour. So that means that Jose Maria Olazabal and Cameron Champ, who are first out tomorrow, will go out at 7:30 rather than 8 o'clock. And it means that Matsuyama, Cam Smith and Sung Jae Im, who are the final 3 out tomorrow, will start their rounds at 1:30 instead of 2 o'clock.
Yeah, the fear is obviously electrical storms, which bring about an immediate suspension of play. Saturday, there's less chance of electrical storms, but potentially 1 to 2 inches of rain falling on Saturday, so that's going to be a bit grim. Anyway, here's Spieth chipping from short of the 18th, and he's been found out in the same way as McIlroy was as well. And one of the things that they do here is they mow the grass back down the fairways, back towards the tee. So both McIlroy and Spieth were chipping into the grain, if you like, of the way that the grass is growing. And both of them seem to kind of get their wedges stuck there, and like McIlroy, Spieth's chip coming up short of the hole.
Yeah, interesting though, because they will have practiced that time and time again, and they know that. They both played pretty poor shots, which is unusual for both of them, because both are absolutely superb from that distance in general. Maybe the end of a long day, just not quite mentally as sharp as they'd like to be.
So it's Rahm, Hovland and Koepka at 7 under, Day and Young at 5 under. Real high quality leaderboard that really is reflecting where the power balances are in the world game at the moment, because Scotty Scheffler is still very much in the mix in the group at 4 under par. That also includes a relatively recent Open champion in Shane Lowry, the Olympic champion Xander Schauffele, Adam Scott, who's won this one before 10 years ago, and Sam Bennett, the amateur, joining Gary Woodland also at 4 under par. He's Finau for an unlikely birdie at the last, putting all the way across the 18th green. And that one comes up just 3 inches or so away from the hole, and Finau comes round and just tidies up. So the big man's round starts, and his Masters starts with a 69. A couple of birdies on the way home, taking advantage of the par 5s, and 3 under par is the mark for Tony Finau, someone who's certainly got the game to contend over the coming 3 days here at the Augusta National. Now, what can Tommy Fleetwood do here? He'll have learnt a little bit from that putt of Finau's. He'll have learnt maybe not to borrow quite so much from the left, and the Englishman sends this one forward, turns towards the hole, but he didn't learn it because it was exactly the same line as Finau, and he misses to the left. And he might just have to mark this one because it just ran on. No, he's just going to tap in. It's only 12 inches. In it goes, 9 inches. That's certainly that. Level past 72 for Tommy Fleetwood. One bogey at the 14th, one birdie. That came at the 9th after a brilliant approach there. And otherwise, it's just par golf for Fleetwood, and that will feel frustrating.
Yeah, especially on the back 9, those 2 par 5s. Hasn't taken advantage of those at all. And yeah, I think it's so frustrating for Tommy because he's such a better player than that.
Now, the final action of what has been a really absorbing first day here. Started with political ructions with the arbitration ruling in favour of the DP World Tour against Liv, and it finishes with Jordan Spieth looking to tidy up for a par at the last, putting from the shadow of his right leg and sending it forward very nicely indeed from 6-7 feet, borrowing from right to left. In it goes. It is a par to finish for Jordan Spieth, and a friendly tap on the shoulder for his caddy Michael Greller to cap a 3 under par round of 69, and important birdies there, Mark, on the 15th and the 16th after his double bogey 7 at the 13th. 3 under par for Spieth, the champion back in 2015, and I know Many people's big pick for more Masters glory. Well, he's certainly not out of it after that round of 69 at 3 under par, which leaves him 4 shots off the lead, held by Victor Hovland, Jon Rahm and Brooks Koepka. Round 1 is in the books.
It is in the books. And just go through, you've given us the 3 on 7 under, but the names that I know you went down to 4 under a few moments ago, but just to round everything off at the end of the day, I mean, even Gary Woodland, as you mentioned, at 4 under, there are winners here on this board.
Yep, Gary Woodland, the US Open champion at Pebble Beach not so long ago. Sam Burns, the recent winner of the match play, I should tell you, was also at 4 under par. Justin Rose, who won at Pebble Beach this season, former US Open champion in the group at 3 under par, which includes the former Open champion Colin Morikawa, Jordan Spieth that I've told you about, a 3-time major winner. Tony Finau also at 3 under par. Going a little bit further down, the reigning USPGA champion Justin Thomas at 2 under. The reigning Open champion, haven't talked about him a lot today. We will tomorrow, weather permitting, because he's last out. Cameron Smith round in a 2 under par 70. Ryan Fox on his debut, a 2 under par 70. The reigning US Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick round in 70. What about Fred Couples today? 63 years of age, a 71 today at 1 under par, same mark as the 2018 champion and live player Patrick Reed. So some big names been in action today, some really interesting stuff. Phil Mickelson comes into that bracket as well with his 1 under par 71. And the one guy we haven't mentioned there is Tiger Woods, who was round in a 2 over par 74, and a big battle to preserve his proud 23-year unbroken run of making the cut at Augusta.
Big names, Trish, but also big names who know how to close out majors.
Very much so. I mean, I'm just looking at that leaderboard, and it's almost like a who's who. It's unbelievable. It's as good a leaderboard as I think I have ever seen in the first day of any major tournament, but especially this one. I mean, all the way down. Hovland, Rahm, Koepka, young, and players in form as well. Adam Scott, Scotty Scheffler, Sam Burns just won last week, Justin Rose, Colin Morikawa, all major champions. It just goes on and on.
And I'm glad you said that, because that was going to be my question to Ian. I cannot recall a leaderboard at the end of day one here of going, wow.
Yeah,
wow, how set up is this?
It's dripping with quality, and the other thing to say is that there's romance there as well, with the amateur Sam Bennett in there providing that sort of thread to the narrative as well. So yeah, we've had a really good first day, haven't we?
We certainly have. So tomorrow, play gets underway half an hour earlier. So the first group out, the Champ and Alathabal group, will start at 7:30 US time, as opposed to 8 o'clock. So that's 12:30 in the UK. And it means the final group will begin their round at 1:30 rather than 2 o'clock. So that's 6:30 UK time. As ever, text commentary on the BBC Sport website. In-play video clips as well will be on the BBC Sport website. Updates throughout the afternoon on 5 Live. And then as things stand at the moment, our coverage will begin at 9 p.m. UK time on 5 Live, and then we'll switch to Sports Extra a little bit later on. That's the plan at the moment. With things being moved earlier, who knows what might happen. But definitely from 9 o'clock on 5 Live, and from 10 o'clock on Sports Extra, but updates from the whole team throughout the course of the afternoon. And as I say, watch the clips on the BBC Sport website. They're all embedded in the live text commentary from the team here at Augusta this evening as the sun starts to set away to my right over the 15th green. It's good night, and we will see you tomorrow.